So today is a very interesting panel discussion, right? So if you open any news item or news today, it is more about something happening in the healthcare sector. Somebody doing some good innovation, trying to address some medical issues, or hospitals expanding in a very large way. So we have seen even in the Hyderabad ecosystem, we have, OS is growing very fast, AINU, AIG hospitals opening new branches, then Kim's Hospital, Continental, Yashoda is going for an IPO. So you have a lot of growth coming in, right, from across the healthcare delivery sector. So today's panel, what we wanted to discuss is how is the growth coming? What are the different things impacting the growth? And really, what is the innovation? And at the same time, AI bringing some of the growth and how to sustain that growth. So that's the discussion today. Just to give a broad context for a few members who are not very aware of the healthcare sector, there are around 43,000 hospitals. 43,000 hospitals in private sector in India, then around 23,000 hospitals in the public sector, with the total bed available in India is around 1.8 million. And around 1.1 is in the private sector and 0.7 million is in the public sector. And every year, approximately, I think 20,000 beds to 30,000 beds are getting added into the sector. So there's a lot of growth, and private equity investments, approximately 1 to 1.5 billion is moving into this sector. So there's a lot of investment coming into the growth story. And so we wanted to understand today a little bit from the panel. I'll introduce the panel shortly. What is the growth and what is the innovation and how is AI going to impact the future going forward? So today we have on the panel Mahadevan Narayan Muni, or Mahad, is a senior analyst at TPG Capital, one of the world's largest private equity firms with over 100 billion in assets under management. He focuses on healthcare and lifestyle investments, including Healthier MedTech and Care Hospitals. Mahad also co-founded AknaMed, a tech-based driven hospital supply chain platform backed by LGT Lightstone Capital. He's an alumnus of IIT and also IIM Lucknow, and he brings more than 15 years of investment experience. Thank you, Mahad. Thanks for taking time to be on this panel here today. Kiran Gadela is co-founder of Oasis Fertility. Today, you are around 30 centers across India. 35, I think the number is increasing, which is good. 35 centers across India. He's a first generation entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience. Kiran has spent the last 15 years building the Oasis business from the ground up into a premier healthcare delivery center. Before founding Oasis, he led a large scale technology transformation projects for investments bank in London, and a background that fuels his passion for blending healthcare and tech. And I believe you also have a health tech company as well. So it's a delivery and health tech experience that he's bringing on board here. And Sandeep serves as CEO of Asian Institute of Nephrology and Urology. I think they raised a lot of fund from TPG Capital as well, and other firms, and planning to make it a 20 center very soon. So Sandeep brings a lot of experience on clinical side and operational efficiency. He's IIM Lucknow alumni and 15 years of cross-sector experience in healthcare and marketing, and has previously held senior leadership roles at Fortis Hospital in Delhi and Mumbai. And finally, we have Kinjal Saxena, who's CTO of AIG Hospitals. We work very closely with Kinjal on a daily basis. He leads the hospital digital transformation initiatives at AIG. He has brought in a lot of AI-powered solutions to AIG and brings vast experience from working at Lending Card, Amazon, and Oracle. So with deep experience in AI, I think we'll have a lot of thoughts and discussions today for the panel. So together, I think we have a great panel. Welcome to everyone, and all the panel members bring different perspectives that span from entrepreneurship to healthcare to innovation and AI. I think that is where our panel title is as well, and we want to get started. So, Mahat, probably I want to get start with you. So, seeing all the growth across the healthcare sector delivery, what do you see as the biggest driver? Why is it happening now? Is it the patient demands that have increased, or people are facing more health issues? Every hospital seems to be packed, right? It's like, if you go to any hospital at 10 o'clock in the morning, it's full, irrespective of which hospital you go. So what are the drivers for this?
Firstly, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Rajesh, I think it's a combination of factors, right? I think India is uniquely positioned considering, let's start with access. If you look back number of years, just access to healthcare across forget metro cities, tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities, and so on. I think there is greater access today. And we can talk about what's driving the access in a minute, but I think it starts with that. And that's continuing, right? And we've seen at least a couple of decades of that happening in the country. I think second one is really the disease burden growth, which is an unfortunate situation. NCD, non-communicable disease burden growth, is growing faster in India than many other parts of the world. Lifestyle diseases, oncology, and so on and so forth. I think that's definitely creating a demand for more infrastructure and service, and that's following through. I think third is really one where India significantly lags behind the rest of the world is insurance penetration, right? It should be lag behind several large countries on two things. One, insurance penetration, and second, the share of government spend in healthcare. So one, of course, greater penetration of private insurance is happening, but equally there is a burden of care being moved from the state to the private sector, right? Which we have seen happening secularly over the last several years with Ayushman Bharat and so on and so forth. The states are basically saying, hey, we'll spend X amount of our GDP on healthcare. You as a private sector figure out how to organize yourself to deliver the care and make money out of it, right? So I think that's again a big factor. I think several cities would not have had 100, 200, 300 hospitals if not for the state insurance spend, because that just at least helps you have a basic infra in a particular city. I think that's another important driver. Probably the last, but not the least, is access to capital. I've been looking at this sector, and Kiran has been operating in this sector for so long, for like 20 years. 20 years back, I remember one of the hospitals in Hyderabad, we spent 6 months negotiating with a tiny individual investor for a 30 crore investment into a hospital chain, right? 6 months, multiple negotiations, lawyers, diligence to get 30 crores into a chain. I'm talking pre-2005 time frames. From there to the billion and a half coming into the country. So clearly access to capital is a big driver. I just feel one of the blockages still for the country is access to good project finance, because somehow healthcare is still not considered infrastructure in our country. Okay, it is considered a service. At least insofar as a hospital is concerned, it is infrastructure. So if you can get 10, 15, 20-year paper at 7, 8, 9% for solar farms and wind farms and so on and so forth, what hospitals have shown quite consistently over the last 20 years, once you operate a reasonable asset, now the ownerships can keep changing, as tends to happen in our country, but they continue to deliver, they continue to grow, and there's a basic level of cash flows that comes. So I think that can be a further unlocking of capital and therefore growth over the next few years. There's also a couple of sub-trends, and I'm happy to talk about it now or later with respect to consolidation. I think there's a lot's been written about consolidation in the healthcare industry and how that's fueling growth. I think there is I don't really like the word consolidation because I think it is more organization that's happening as opposed to consolidation, right? Because one of the hospital boards I sit on, CARE, if you see our investments over the last 2-3 years and what we have planned for the next 2-3 years, 1,200 beds have been actually added, new beds, net new greenfield beds have been added or are being planned to be added in a 5-year period, okay, just with one institution. But it gets branded as consolidation, but really we're organizing it, standardizing the quality of care, standardizing processes, bringing tech, hopefully bringing AI in the future, we'll talk about it, but really adding capacity. And this 70 to 80% of this addition is actually happening in tier 2 locations. It is everywhere from Nagarkoils to Erodes to Vizag to Raipur to Ranchi. These are the cities that are seeing this capacity addition. No doubt, Hyderabad is a unique market. We have a new hospital coming up here every 6 months or 3 months. But keep that aside, majority of what you're seeing is actually in tier 2.
In this growth story, Mahat, one more follow-up question. Do you see any fundamental business models being changed?
So I think it's, I would say it's very early days. The incumbent hospital operators are, I would say, hesitant / scared to change status quo business models. There's a lot of innovation on the periphery, right?
Okay.
It could be around doctor engagement models. It could be around using telemedicine a little bit better, radiology better, having centers of excellence and trying to do a hub and spoke model. There's sort of business process innovation on the periphery that's happening. But if you ask me, is there any path-breaking or fundamental attempt at innovation? So far, no. I think, hopefully with what other panelists have to offer, there's lots that we can talk about there.
Sure. Thank you, Mahat. Kiran, I'll just shift the focus to you. Oasis has grown. You said you have 35 centers now, and you started on your own. I think audience would love to hear, how it started for you as a journey to get into that specialized space of fertility, and how do you see the growth coming in going forward?
Sure. Thank you, Rajesh, for this opportunity. So, I think it's now 15 years since we started Oasis. 15 years ago, I'll just first give the context of typically fertility was a very, very nascent field at that point in time. So there were the gynecologists and the obstetricians who were doing their deliveries. They had their nursing home downstairs and their house upstairs, and the fertility was just an extension of practice. So this was about 2 or 3 centers in Hyderabad at that time. You clearly see that it was a very it's predominantly a science in terms of a bunch of steps that actually that need to be done, and there was nothing at that point in time which was an organized practice. So that we saw it as an opportunity when we came in, and I'll just talk about just as an industry itself. So 15 years ago, it was 1 in 6 couples had some degree of infertility problem. Now 1 in 4 by the latest WHO says that, and 65% of India's population is under the age of 35. So we see the size of the problem it is, So, and it's always been that there was more demand than what supply was in the early days. Now it is completely changed. Now it's a highly competitive field where it is. But again, within this, the interesting sort of what we see now there is that we used to treat the Gen Xs before. Where it was all about, the doctor's reputation, the reference that actually comes from the doctor. But now we see a lot of the millennials and the next Gen Zs who look at more standardized processes and setups and, brands where all of it is actually properly delivered in all the single specialties, not just IVF. I think even probably Sandeep would talk about it. But I see that within the single specialty segment, with centers or the places who have strong processes and standardized protocols and things which we will talk about it probably on the tech side will really win over a period of time, and there's a huge opportunity in the country.
Okay. Yeah. So to your cue, what you just mentioned, that standardized processes, specialized processes. So how do you make that as your differentiating point when you're looking at growth, when you're trying to expand fast?
I think technology here, I'm a technologist at heart, so for me, I'll have that slight bias, but I could clearly see that being the biggest differentiator and the moat for us to scale. We do have a tech platform, on which all these workflows are mapped, and that's pretty much has been the backbone for us to really scale to different places. And with that, the feedback loops, the conversations with the doctors, everything else sort of falls in place. So it's more the workflow management that I would say, tech sort of comes as an enabler there, but that sort of process is where the biggest difference comes in for anybody who would want to actually scale the practices. So that's
so it's more like customer engagement, because you need continuous engagement with the customer. They need to come back again and again, right, as part of the fertility. And that's where you differentiate, and that's where you build the technology behind it, I guess.
Absolutely. I think that's one key element, obviously, on the how well we actually engage with the customer through the journey, but also how the fertility team work. So even how the doctors interact with each other, and how do they we do have different tools that help them ease their workload and their jobs as they go on, and that requires within fertility specifically a lot of clinical interventions too that come through technology and process.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think to Sandeep, I think AINU has been received the investment now, and I think will be on the growth path very, very soon. So obviously, AIG is sitting next to you. So I just want to understand from you, from a multi-speciality versus single specialty hospital, how do you want to differentiate, or how do you think the market perceives you, or market growth for you that exists?
Okay. So thank you so much, Rajesh. So, I think that is that's kind of an interesting question, because the space in which AINU operates is traditionally, so urology, nephrology still largely, or I would say significantly, exists within the multi-speciality ecosystem only. We are one of the very, very few players who are doing single speciality urology, nephrology care in a comprehensive manner. So we do everything from dialysis to transplants and robotic surgeries. So there are players who do only dialysis, there are people who only do stone, but comprehensively, this is kind of a space that we are, exploring now. We've had significant success in this space, but yes, there are some comparisons that naturally come up when it comes to, why a single specialty versus a multi-specialty. The way I see it, one of the biggest differentiators we are able to kind of display to the patients is in the focus that we bring to the specialty. So because we are able to live and breathe urology, nephrology, that becomes what our entire ecosystem is about. We typically say that dialysis is one of the toughest patient base to handle when it comes to hospital operations. A patient typically undergoes maybe 100 dialysis a year, so they pretty much figure out the ecosystem day in, day out. For them, they become part of the hospital. Hospital staff just sees a dialysis patient, they come, they go by themselves. So they are probably given the least amount of attention when you see. But in our ecosystem, what we try to do is try to make every single dialysis session for them like it is the first time they're coming into the hospital, or it's the first consultation.
Sure.
So while we kind of claim to have the focus, making sure that the patient knows that and feels that becomes very important. AIG was one of the pioneers of single specialty actually. Now they've moved to multi, but they also kind of had this whole ecosystem built around gastroenterology and a center of excellence. So similarly, AINU also kind of is building this ecosystem about a center of excellence. And now our flagship hospital in Hyderabad, so now we are doing multi-speciality urology services. So we've broken down urology into 9 different specialties. So from a consumer point of view, from a patient point of view, we want to make sure that they know that we are just not the run-of-the-mill urology service that you get. In a multi-speciality, any department like us, even single specialty or any single specialty is just one of 17, 18 different departments in a multi-specialty. Here we try to kind of bring that focus, clinical excellence, patient centricity, all dedicated around one cohort of patients. So your nursing cohorts, your nursing is also that much more tuned to handle a renal care patient because it's cohorted in that sense. So I think there is a lot of advantages here. And I think more from an investor point of view, since you spoke about TPG investment, what we are seeing is that we are able to give faster returns in smaller boxes. right? So that also matters. So we are able to scale up operations, or at least we are able to show value in scaling up operations in single specialty much faster. Because yes, like Mahad alluded to before, there is a disease burden that's increasing in India. There is a lot of need for quality healthcare services. Access is a challenge, and it's really not possible to go put up 200-300 bedded hospitals in every part of the country. Well, that is the endeavor, but it's really not possible sometimes, right? Because there is sometimes a talent dearth. But what single specialty enables is, for that specialty, that talent is all you need. And then you can kind of move faster, quicker, scale up, and build truly national level platforms which can actually interact with each other. We have patients from our Siliguri center being referred to my Hyderabad center because there's no robotic surgery in Siliguri. So we are able to kind of give that value to the patients also. So you walk into an AINU, any part of the country, you still have access to the full suite of services that are there to be offered.
Sure. So as you are going to scale, do you see technology playing a very big role, and also expansion into tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? So
yeah, I think absolutely right. So technology, traditionally we've always health tech has been med tech. Investing in technology meant buying a new robot or buying a new 3 Tesla MRI or investing. Yes, those do give a lot of advantages in terms of patient care. But I think right now a lot of us are now focused on patient-focused technology and not just med tech. So enabling smoother operations, enabling more patient efficiency, enabling clinical efficiency, like Kiran was saying, how do doctors interact with each other? End of the day, all of this leads to patient satisfaction, because we want to make sure that not only are patients treated well, but they also have a wholesome, consummately thorough, valuable experience. So there is a lot of technological investment now that we do in terms of our operations and patient-facing operations. Right from managing the patient flows in the OPDs to queue managements to allocation of our OTs to ensure that the waiting time for the patients is lesser. So I think that is an area where we can bring in a lot more efficiency and helps us also, move faster, scale up faster.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. So to transitioning to Kinjal, I know we worked very closely and we have implemented some of those operational efficiency improvements. So just wanted to hear your thoughts on how AIG is looking at growth, one. Second, operational efficiencies, what you guys have done. And maybe third, following up to that is really the challenges as a large hospital. What are you seeing and what can be done? Because that's where I think most of the people want to start companies to solve some of those challenges, right?
Sure. Thanks, Rajesh. First of all, I'll take the growth question. From a growth perspective, AIG Hospitals has been predominantly in Hyderabad, but now we are expanding to other geographies as well, going to Delhi and other places as well, which will very soon be in the news. The second, and with this growth, we are also expanding into multiple towers within Hyderabad itself, with getting very, very specialized into oncology, cardiology, and other spaces as well. Getting to operational efficiency and other technology, we try to, as we work closely, we try to keep things very, very simple. We don't, for example, in setup of healthcare, there is predominantly a patient, a doctor, nurse, or a technician, and then there is the whole business aspect of it, right? So, for patient, most people think that, okay, let's give them a mobile app where they can view their reports and the job is done. If we want to really simplify it for the patients, we have to give them technology which is not just for one hospital. How we are solving the problem for them is we are giving them the tech, whether not just AIG hospitals, but anywhere they have gotten a reporting done or a prescription done. Now we are making it one-stop shop where everything gets uploaded. Now, even if they want to go out of AIG, maybe want to go to AINU or any other hospital, they have their entire data ready with them. So that's one aspect of it, like a health wallet, just making it life easy for patients. The second aspect is the business in itself, and as we have together done the work, is tracking the patients for resource optimization, using operation theaters better. Because even if you are able to increase one surgery a day, that is quite significant for a hospital. And I think that's what we are doing together with IoT based trackers, where patients come in, come out, and we are able to improve efficiency on. The third and the most important aspect, I guess, which is quite overlooked in the industry, is the fatigue of doctors, nurses, and technicians. See, healthcare is a highly manual dependent industry. Every single aspect is dependent on humans, and you can't take them out. Even with so many AI you put, you really cannot take it out. But what you can truly do is reduce their fatigue. So, one simple example we have done is we have built a multilingual ambient listening solution. So, normally, about 10 years back, what used to happen is a doctor and a patient used to have a normal conversation with the eye-to-eye contact with each other. But now, if you go to a hospital, the doctors are just writing or typing on a computer because they want to enter the entire data in the EMR. Now, with this ambient listening solution, two things happen. Number one, the doctors and patients' eye contact is coming back. Now they are truly looking at the patient and talking to them, which gives a sense of assurance. The second thing that is happening is no more typing, because believe it or not, most doctors type with 2 fingers. They are not good at typing. So with this, a lot of fatigue is coming down for the doctors. Similarly, for radiologists, things are coming down. And similarly, now we are trying to build that for nurses as well. The importance or the benefit of reducing this fatigue is, again, it improves operational efficiency, but it also improves clinical accuracy. Because at the end, if they are less tired, they will be providing much better care. So that and challenge to all these adoptions is truly that all the clinicians or periclinical staff, they are used to doing the work in a certain way. They come in the morning, they do something certain way. They're just used to it. Now, bringing technology in, bringing a mic in the center of the room, which is listening to everything, does change a lot of things for them. And that adoption is the challenge.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Kinjal. I think there is a uniform theme here, right? So there is growth in the industry. Patients, I think the demand is high. I think lifestyle changes are coming in, and there's a lot of structural changes from private equity side coming in. So there is growth in the hospitals. Beds are increasing, and health. I think the common theme that I understand is technology is the way to go. And technology obviously is the way to scale, to help companies scale as well. So just want to touch upon one small thing. Okay, technology is important. Given having we working for the last 3 years with healthcare, the biggest challenge is data. It is extremely hard to get access to data. So how do we solve that problem? How do we, the data is not standardized. The data is not uniform across different software vendors. And data is not stored properly because, as you said, doctors don't feel like entering all the data or the nurses entering the data. So how do we solve some of these challenges? Maybe we can start with Kinjal and then...
So, very aptly pointed. The only thing is, while the data is not standardized, but the aspects of the data are always standardized. For an example, if you go to any doctor, no matter what they write, they will be writing the data into 4 or 5 segments only. What is your problem? What is the medicine? What is the test you want to write? And what is the plan of care that you should be doing? That's it.
Sure.
Right? So, I think that is where AI is going to play a larger role, and we are working on it, as you know, is if, and this is for the startups as well, that if you are building a solution which can simply maybe just take a picture of the paper and fills that data and standardizes it quickly, rather than building very fancy solutions of getting in SNOMED, etc., just simplistic solutions which standardize the data the moment it is done. And if that is done, then everything is set at the source itself.
Correct. Yep. Thank you. Maybe based on that AI, I think that we are entering, because the topic also needs AI. So, to Mahad, how do we, in your experience, either whether it is an AI problem or a data problem that is solved specifically for the healthcare side, can you highlight, because you'll be listening to a lot of startup pitches, a lot of people approaching you, any things that caught your eye on how AI is coming into healthcare, and maybe some success stories or some failure stories as well?
Sure, Rajat. I think firstly, it's probably too early to talk about failures. I feel because the lots has to be tried over the coming years. I think there are a number of good examples, right? In the US in particular, and even in India. So we have Tempus, you have Cure.ai. Closer to home, there is Visa. I think what's important to understand is where are they operating, right? Because there is a patient-centric. Kinjan was talking about patient-centric data capture and response, right? How do you use AI for that? There is an internal four walls usage of AI, which is how do I use AI or data capture and therefore AI on top of it to improve my operations better, right? Nursing response times, nursing staffing, where should I staff better? And so on and so forth. And there are companies which we're looking at which are using image capture, right, for example, to smoothen the operations within the four walls of hospitals. So there is a lot of solutions going after the four walls. Then, of course, there is an aggregate level sort of usage of tools, which is for more directional, right? To new drug discovery, precision medicine. What should we be looking at to? That's kind of cross between aggregate as well as the patient level. How do I use that information to bring something different to the patient which doesn't exist today, right? Crunching the time, and I'm going beyond healthcare into pharma, but crunching the timeline required for drug development, doing clinical trials more effectively, taking the patient out of the equation and the clinical trials till the last stage. So all of these are, we're seeing a lot of solutions around all of this. So I think there are names I mentioned are some interesting ones, but I think what would I feel drive success or failure is a clear focus of the entrepreneur on, are you a B2C business? Are you trying to address? So Visa, for example, started by saying, "Hey, I'm a mental health companion for you." Are you a geriatric care companion? So that's very B2C. Is that the problem you're trying to solve, or are you an adjuvant to what's happening within a hospital? Right? Are you bringing the clinician on board with you and supporting? I think Kinjan mentioned a little bit. Is it a co-pilot model? So on and so forth. So I think that is what I feel will drive success. Of course, the data problem is a problem across industries, honestly, and healthcare it's amplified purely because we've been 10 to 20 years behind all other industries on tech adoption. Okay, so I think that's where I see AI going in the industry. So.
Sure, thank you. So to Kiran, follow-up question. So obviously, at least what we see is everybody wants to get into AI bandwagon. Any solution that comes up most likely are using an LLM model today, and SLMs are far away. They'll take time. Every company has to invest time and energy. So the value add that comes in will come at a high cost, especially when you're using an AI solution. So you're a tech person, you said, pretty sure we'll be building AI solutions on LLM to start with. Then if it's successful, then they'll try to get to SLM. So are hospitals also willing to spend that extra money and work with the startups in, taking this expensive solutions?
I think it's a great question, Rajesh. I think first to start with, There are far and few institutions where, in the first place, the data is clean or the data is available. I think first capturing of data, just say we call it digitization, then standardization. Then we would look at maybe automating the data, doing some predictable analysis and all that. That's when the fourth ingredient of AI would come in. So it's very, very early days. I think the people who are doing it, let's say, AIG, for instance, we guys are doing a lot of work with that. We'll have that clear advantage. So the two parts that Mahad talked about, one would be on the patient side, whatever the solutions on AI that would come. The other ones are within the four walls. So I'll give a couple of examples of the AI applications that we are doing. Based on all the past information that we have for specific parameters for the male and the female, for instance, we're able to actually get to a certain prediction whether the probability of them having a child, for instance. That's one use case, which is as an algorithm, it's actually working quite well. Will this solution be able to be taken and then straight applied at other places? I think there is a huge resistance for. So that challenge we have in a lot of other smaller places, but that is changing.
Sure.
What I think in this case is it's not necessarily AI replacing doctors first. But doctors who don't use AI will be replaced by the doctors who use them. And I think that's getting there in the next 3-4 years.
They're talking about not just the doctor, right?
Yeah. So we call them, let's say you either call it decision support system, decision orchestration system and things like that. But the other one, which we see a lot of, I think, applications that have started to come because it's an easy plugin, is on the image processing side. So for us, we are now able to rank and grade the embryos that would need to be transplanted in terms of how, which is the best embryo that will give the best possible outcome. So that sort of as a use case has worked very well. So these two, I can clearly see them working.
So you have adopted, you're already taking it to the next level. That's a great story to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Sandeep, from AI point, is there any specific use cases that you're looking at from AI adoption?
So, clinically, I think similar to what Kiran has spoken about, right? So there are a lot of specific advantages that AI gives, especially when you're looking at very focused kind of a solution that you need. Like for embryos, like for us, kidney stone analysis, right? So we have an AI-enabled tool which is integrated with our ultrasound machine. So ultrasound generally just gives you an information that what is the stone and what's the size. But the tool now is also able to give us the nature of the stone, the location, the composition. So that helps us make a better decision as to what procedure is needed to extract that stone. There are A, B, C, D, E, which is the most suitable. Before you had to do another procedure slightly invasive procedure to find that out. Now that is cut down.
Sure.
So there is benefits that are coming specifically into it, but I think as we go along, there is a lot more that can kind of be extracted from a value perspective, where not just help in decision making, but also where AI can actually help us, I would say, grow.
Okay.
In terms of what more can we offer to the patient, what benefits can we get as an organization to keep the services, the scope of services growing. I think growth-based initiatives are still yet to come in. A lot of it right now is more decision support and efficiency-based. I think so. That's the next thing we are looking forward to.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So, Kinjal, I know AIG has launched successfully many AI initiatives. Can you, talk about at least one use case, which has been very successful, either in the gastro area or, other areas that clinical AI side?
Clinical AI. So we are right now in validation phase because clinical aspects, the biggest problem is we just cannot use them. We will have to wrap them up into, as Kiran rightly said, in some shape and form of CDSS, which is clinical decision support systems. So the most effective one that we have right now is the ambient listening one. We have already done about 150,000 plus prescriptions on that. already. So it is also, and it can listen to, it adopts to 14 languages, all relevant dialects of India. So it is, and we are working with best of the LLMs as well. So that's definitely one most important. The other aspect of developing and using AI in clinical is we have to be very careful about the intellectual property, especially patents. I'll give you a very interesting example. We have built a large AI application in clinical, which is identification of liver diseases with just simple blood markers. Ideally, it can only be found with a fibroscan, which is a very costly test. But with a basic blood test, we are able to screen high-risk liver patients. So we have developed the algorithm, trained over 40,000, tested, validated over 15,000, all great. When we went to try filing a patent for it, we found that one of the top hospitals in the world has just filed a defensive patent on the same term. Now what it does is, it actually prevents even our freedom to use our own solution. So it is extremely important for all of us, especially when we are building it in India, to file patents, so that at least if we are not licensing, at least we will have freedom to use our own technologies.
Correct. Yeah. I think that's a wonderful point, Kinjal. I think a lot of startups are working on many interesting ideas. So keeping that in mind about patent, how do you defend your patent? I think that has to start very early on, especially if you're focused on healthcare. So I think in the interest of time, I want to pause a little bit and ask a simple question. If you want to look into the future for the next 3 to 5 years, where do startups focus on? Because getting and working with a hospital is a tough journey. It is not that easy. Long gestation cycles, investment from team and effort have to be there to build the relationships. So just a minute from each one. Where should you focus? How should startups focus on? What are the areas they should focus on? What are the things they need to be careful? Any of those things?
Yeah, before actually coming to the startups, I think one most important thing is hospitals should spend a little more on these things. So that's investors would disagree with me, but it's time. It's time. No, we do it, and we can clearly see that being an advantage. I don't know how many people in the audience are from the hospital sector, but significant spend on technology will make a big difference. And I think startups are doing some really good work within this space. They're really trying to solve genuine problems, but it's only the adaptation within this is where the issue is coming from. But if I have to say, first thing, if there are clear pilots or use cases that they can demonstrate, show in how quickly they can clean the data and then show their outcomes. We had an example of someone coming who was, so we have this call center where we interact with patients. So recording those conversations to improve the efficiency of how the call center executive will speak to the patient. There's been an AI solution which has improved it by about 20% in terms of our patient's response rate. Things like that, if they can be demonstrated in say a week's time, it shouldn't be too complicated. It should be quite simple. Just coming there, okay, this is your data, this is what I'm going to show you. That will make a big difference.
Sure.
So that's one of the points. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go slightly longer time horizon, because I think there's a lot of companies which are working for the next 3 to 5 year solves. But I think if you take disease burden, which is less understood, if you take anything neurodegenerative diseases, any of that, right? I just feel once the data part is sorted, there's lots that can be done which can be truly transformative. In the sense that it's not additive, but it's be truly transformative, right? I, as an investor, I would like to see the additive side so that I can see the profit improvement or revenue improvement and make an exit and get out. But I think from an industry point of view, I would like to see people working on transformative ideas. And for the short term, I think as entrepreneurs, it would be better to focus on agentic AI solutions, which it could be call center, it could be nursing stations, it could be ICU management. I mean, there's tons that can be done, which hospitals are not spending time on, subject to them willing to spend more money, but less on some of the data intensive and generative side, because that will take longer. The data build-up will take longer.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of a operations point of view here, right? As a hospital operator, right? Somebody who spends time on the floors, a lot of challenges from a tech point of view that we have is that we have a lot of systems, a lot of technologies deployed that make life a little difficult for the users. We have different users from different backgrounds, right? We have nurses, we have doctors, we have front office staff, we have service staff, we have security staff, we have managers, we have marketing staff, we have sales staff. All of them come from very different backgrounds, very different experiences, very different kind of roles they have to play. So we end up deploying technology that is kind of for one process, for one person, and a lot of them don't talk to each other. And then we tend, okay, fine, I want to see answers. Then I say, okay, I'll build a data lake. You come up with solutions that sit on top of solutions that sit on top of solutions. So over time, we end up with a very complicated network of technologies that we've deployed, and then somebody says let's overhaul and you start again. So it's not a very efficient cycle that we have right now. So if somebody would come to me as an entrepreneur saying this is what I can do, the more the use cases, the better. The more it can be integrated into everyday operations, the easier it is for adoption, and even as an administrator, easier for me to just greenlight it and try it out, right? Because I have a nurse, a doctor, a marketing manager, a front office staff, a radiology tech, all of them use it. More value than say only one person in the department uses it. So I would like to see maybe multi-departmental solutions which can actually maybe flow through or integrate with my HIS in general or my ERP in general. I think that's something that will definitely it's a lot of value to me.
Sure. Thank you.
It's a very interesting question. I've been in multiple industries, so the reason why a lot of startups fail, and I'll be a little bold here, a lot of startups fail in healthcare is because engineers are building solutions for doctors. When they build the solution, they take to doctors, and doctors say, I don't need it. Step one for every startup, and this is practically we are doing it, that's why probably we have been able to get 1 or 2 initial successes, is if you have an idea, please go to the doctor, go to the nurse, go to the CXOs of the company, operations staff of the company, ask them, if I build this, will you use it? Or if you don't have an idea, just spend time with them and ask for an idea, because only those solutions will work. And as Mahad also said, the ideas are not very complex. It's all out there, hundreds of them. So just please talk to your stakeholders first and then build the solutions.
Sure. On the same point, Kinjal, I just want to bring up, there is an ecosystem in Hyderabad, right? Especially for a lot of startups here in Hyderabad. I know that, AIG has partnered with ISB, IIT Bombay. I'm pretty sure you're tied up with some universities. So can you highlight just, what's the partnership about? And if a startup wants to work within that ecosystem, how can they be part of it?
Of course.
I'm sure TiE is also a part of it, but...
Yes, TiE is part of it.
Yeah.
So, the reason why in West, whether it is Oxford, whether it is Stanford, Harvard, you name it, why you get successful solutions or startups out of spin-offs out of those places, because there is a hospital and an engineering college in the same campus, or just in the next building or on the same street. Take example of Harvard. Harvard and Massachusetts General are on the same street. They share the same leadership. So it is so they get to understand, experiment, and and also build the solutions with the stakeholders very easily. This is an ecosystem which is missing in India, unfortunately. So what we at AIG have tried to do is we got with ISB and we got with Triple IT. We said ISB will teach what to do, teach the doctors how to think about technology. They will get the ideas. Now we will take these projects, give it to Triple IT as their thesis projects. Now everybody is trying to work in an ecosystem. Although these three are three large institutes, separate large institutes, but trying to work together. We have been able to generate 2 solutions, and we are working on 2 more groundbreaking solutions, which will be patented, which are they're patent filed, and they will also be getting FDA de novo, which means an innovation as well. So these are some of the things. If we are able to build this ecosystem, I think it will be very effective.
Sure. Yeah, I think thanks everyone for the wonderful thoughts and inspiring thoughts. I'm sure a lot of startups learned quite a bit today about healthcare sector and how some of the solutions they can focus on. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for your time. Thank you.
Yeah. So as the topic of today's panel discussion is the future of PropTech. Sometimes I think even now when you talk in this world of startups, if you talk of PropTech, people take some time to understand what PropTech means. The moment you say health tech, they understand. The moment they say you talk of deep tech, they understand. But PropTech, a lot of people don't understand what PropTech means. Then I say it's property tech, real estate tech. Then said, oh, okay. So this is the stage we are, where the awareness of PropTech is, I think not that much. So my first question, I'll ask this question to everyone. You can give your perspective. How do you define the current state of PropTech in India, Jaggi? And you can give your honest opinion, and then Raja, you can take it over, and Krishna and yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Sandeep. You rightly said PropTech is still, it's property and tech. But if you look at the way real estate in the overall life cycle has, pretty much, imbibed this whole, technology environment around it. It actually starts from the government side, the way land records have been formalized today, all of that. With RERA coming in. So at every level today you see, and from occupiers, end users, even from your side of business, people who join dots, consulting companies, they all depend on data, and data and PropTech are pretty much hand in glove. So I think we are at I would say, an inflection point from where we can only keep leapfrogging at every stage in the next, and I would say about last decade has been transformational. In the way we are looking at this, and I think it's we are still scratching the surface, but many other aspects of a real estate life cycle can be, huge value can be driven from addition of PropTech.
So thanks, Jaggi. Before you answer this question, Raja, let me just ask this more of in a scale of 1 to 10. Each one of you need to rate what is the current scenario of PropTech in India in terms of awareness, is it out of 1 to 10, 10 being the best? What is this?
I think about 4.
Wow.
I had the same number.
4. So see, this is the awareness of the PropTech in India. A leading developer, Prestige, he is the CEO of Prestige, and the first PropTech founder who started PropTech in 2012 rates the PropTech sector in India as 4 out of 10, right? And this is really alarming. And as you know, real estate in India is one of the major contributor to GDP after agriculture, and we have 4 out of 10. Krishna, how much rating out of 10?
Around the same, sir. And I also think the major point to address is the stakeholders from developer side have to understand, spend that capital to get into technology, and then
got it. Sundari?
Yeah, in our industry, I'll say that it will be a more number, like 5 to 6, because our is more service oriented, and then lot of operational things are there. So
Got it.
we need more tech support to have a more seamless operations.
Got it. So I was under impression, Jaggi and Raja, that it would be around 5, 6, but it is really startling that it is 4 out of 10 when it comes to the awareness and the success of PropTech. While there are a lot of question as to why PropTech is an industry, while it is a very matured sector in US and more developing countries, it is not that in India, in spite of real estate being so big in India. But just to continue, Raja, what is your opinion on the status of PropTech currently in India?
So you touched upon US market, right? So in the US, PropTech is called as RE-Tech or CRE Tech. The PropTech as a term started in 2016. It was primarily a UK, Europe term, right? Which is why one of the reasons they kind of now merging CRE Tech, PropTech into FinTech. One of the largest firms in the US now is a firm called Built, right? Where they're actually rewarding people who pay rent through their system. It's actually like cred, but it's a biggest PropTech in the US, right? So to your question as to why PropTech is not, it's not caught up.
Rather, you need to take your mic closer.
Yeah, it's primarily because of, I think, 2 reasons. One is real estate folks have a certain inertia to implement technology, and technology folks don't necessarily understand real estate. and then imagine the complexity.
So it's really tough, right? Property, the real estate guys don't understand technology guys don't understand real estate, right?
That's right. That's a primary thing. And whether if you take into account
one thing, real estate guys don't want anybody to know real estate.
That is also correct. That's true, right? And if you take the segment, whether it's a developer, whether it's a broker, there is a little bit of opaqueness that's benefiting the profession or the self, right? So, which is why when you're trying to find a solution, the people for whom you're trying to find a solution, are resisting it. So that's where we are. That's my response.
Krishna? Jaggi, go ahead.
I'll just, but in the last 5-10 years, if you look at our design approach, the aspect of BIM being utilized in every building construction environment today, it's pregnated quite a bit from the value chain. Today, large contractors are using BIM, and BIM is a building intelligence module system that enables you to build accurately, and you save a lot of time, cost, and repeat work. So I think that pregnation has started. It's gone down very fast in the value chain. So there are certain aspects of real estate which is completely dependent. So BIM is one of them in the architectural design side. On the other, and I'm sure Sundari will be utilizing BIM in her business. But on the other side, I still feel that governments are making a huge leapfrogging statement with all this digitization of. You look at RERA today. RERA is from click and close. Everything is possible in RERA, and it wouldn't have been so easy to track if data was not available on that. So I think government has made a leapfrogged initiative that they did 5-10 years ago in every state. Digitization of land records. Today, everything is available, and I come from Bangalore, so Karnataka. You must have seen e-Khata and all of that. While people, even at every level, at district level, at ground level, find it difficult to adapt to technology, but the leapfrogging and adaptation of technology, if it comes from government, it becomes very simple, and that's exactly what we are seeing right now. Adaptation of technology. Sorry, I just want.
Thanks, Jaggi. I'll just this question to Sundari. You are in the managed office space, right? And how do you see the PropTech influencing the flexible workspace or managed space? How are you integrating PropTech in your industry?
Yes, this PropTech wave is transforming a flex office space. We'll call it as a flex office, which is co-working and managed office, from a conventional office space to a more collaborative and kind of experience centric. So if you see earlier, the co-working at the managed office space used to be a cost effective for the small and medium entrepreneurs. But the post-COVID, because of a managed office space, now we are catering to a lot of MNCs, GCCs. So they're looking at the flex office as a kind of more collaborative, eco-friendly, and then with a good amenities and with the collaborative spaces, which is really making us mandatory to adapt the tech to make effective use of all the spaces, like meeting rooms you take, like how many hours we are able to use, how many hours each company is using. And we are trying to incorporate the tech into the housekeeping services, like there is an alert system will come when there is a need for cleaning the washrooms, how many times the washrooms are cleaned. So these kind of things are really helping us to give more effective solutions to the clients and then seamless operations.
So I'm not sure whether you know this very interesting statistics. The person who is sitting next to me, Jackie, is the first CEO of WeWork India. Okay. So Jackie, this question to you about, you would have seen we just make, really, the other day I was talking when WeWork India got listed in India, at $1 billion valuation.
Almost.
Oh yeah, so we just make a little fun of and try to pull is like that. He left a lot of money and left WeWork. so Jackie, just to give a perspective, you have seen how you are the first CEO of WeWork India, and a very successful listing of WeWork recently, I think as recent as 3 weeks back, right? And to the people here, WeWork, while WeWork globally went bankrupt, WeWork India was a franchisee by Embassy Developers, and WeWork India has nothing to do with WeWork Global, and they had an amazing listing in India as recent as three weeks for more than $1 billion valuation. So we have seen how the so-called co-working managed office space flex operator has grown leaps and bounds in last 8 years. It is a very very new industry as such. And where do you see that? Do you think PropTech is a very fancy word, or the WeWorks of the world, the Office of the world? I think there are 3 IPOs from the industry. Sundari comes. They really use PropTech to the best.
Yeah, so if you look at the whole value chain, it's not just restricted to using PropTech at leadership level. I'm just giving a small example. Today, in all our office parks, in Prestige, all our office parks, you have a access which is almost like digitized, like Digi Yatra in the airports, where your face recognition is allowing you to access turnstiles in the lobbies and going directly to the buildings. On one side. On the other side, you also have an app that is enabling all our occupiers to be on one umbrella. People can order a sandwich through technology on their phones up to the desk. They can raise tickets. On the other side, we have drones being utilized today to clean building facades. So I think it is being looked at very differently, and people realize the importance of utilizing, from developers' perspective. When you sell the costliest land in this country now, so I must tell you, when you go to see land, all you look at is actually Google Maps. First, you look at the topography, then you look at street, then you look at driving time, then you look at actually to go to physically see the land. So I think at every level, we are embracing PropTech, but it's just that it's almost part of a routine life. It's not something that, and also especially in your industry, in the brokering industry, which is the moment you use PropTech for process, independent heroes or stalwarts who are very insecure of their jobs don't want to embrace technology, which is very laterally possible from growth perspective. So I think it's also a human side of because this is intellectual capital that everybody wants to keep, and the moment you put it on a platform, it's for everybody to use. So I think, I don't know, this man Raja has the most amount of leases up in his system, and we utilize all his, because the intelligence that he gives us from a registered lease or every renewal, everything, it's humongous.
Yeah. So, audience, I don't know whether you know, as I said, Raja is the founder of the first PropTech company. We're back in 2012-14. He owns 2 companies, PropTech and Zapkey. Any leases anywhere in India gets registered any office leases get registered, they have the data. They can exactly tell you about the company, about the square footage, about the rate, everything they can tell you. So Raja, what are the major, this question to you and then you can answer, Krishna, what are the major challenges the PropTech industry is facing in India? What are the major challenges?
So look, I think the challenges are not in India per se. I mean, it's global because of multiple reasons, because of the adoption, because of how real estate as an industry functions, right? It's very localized. You can't have a single solution across the world. You've got to customize it. And then you got to get all the stakeholders on board as well, right? Jaggi just mentioned that it's got adopted in the construction world, right? BIM, and there are companies now who have introduced technology where there's satellite imagery and the construction workers are roaming around with cameras. So 24/7, you are able to monitor what's happening at the site. Correct? Yeah, the project management. Now, similarly, if you have sensors for your parking, that's also kind of prop tech, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Imagine inside of your office, you're having sensors which is allowing you to figure out occupancy analytics, the well-being of the people. That is also prop tech. Now you turn to warehousing, residential, robot. It's all prop tech in some ways, right? But when you're trying to implement any of these solutions, you will need people to get educated as to how to implement it. So there is an operational part, there is an educational part. So I think, and then it can't be like a product or a feature. It has to be an all-encompassing solution. So I think there's a journey that's being taken. In the US market, that journey has reached to a particular extent, and they pivoted now. And for that journey, you'll need capital as well, right? In the US market, the P and the VC market now have kind of collided. They've merged, right? Whereas in India, we are still early in the journey. We are still finding things out. But at the same time, because there is a certain level of customization that is required, in some parts of the business, we've found that customization and it's working very well. For example, digitization. It looks very simple that we're just pulling out records and we're digitizing it. But I think it's common knowledge that records are not maintained very efficiently in government systems, right? In terms of the type of documents, in terms of the accessibility, every state is different. So we've just created like a proprietary technology which can ingest data and then, abstract and productize it. But the good part starts now, because with AI, we can actually spill out intelligence. Intelligence without the correct raw material is hallucination. So our fun will start now, right? But coming back to why it's not getting adopted, it's 12 years since we've started our journey, and now maybe our moment has come, right? And if you see every other product or service which has been existing, they have been facing these challenges which continues. So it's got to evolve.
Well,
I think that's where we are.
Krishna, your take on the challenges the PropTech sector is facing in India?
One thing, like he was saying, the adaptability and a commonality for PropTech is, I think, operations and maintenance, where they can really enhance the efficiencies. In that aspect, I believe, based on the existing processes that the existing buildings have, the technology should be enhanced and built on what already exists. So the people who are managing will adapt it quite easily. One example that two examples are, one is IoT water sensors that have been recently built. It is actually calculating
IoT on what? Sorry, I didn't get
water sensors.
Water sensor. Wow.
So it is calculating the average flow per day, and if there is any excess, it's alarming you. Our goal towards sustainability. And another interesting thing is, I've came through a product where they install a chip in the HVAC system. It analyzes and prepares the system based on outside air conditioning. Thereby, it can increase the efficiency by almost 50%, decreasing the power consumption. So, I think our goal towards sustainability will play a major role in a commonality of the PropTech globally.
Good. Thank you, Krishna. I think you are a young developer, entrepreneur. So I think you are very, very upfront. The other day when we were talking about using PropTech in your what do you say, properties, it's quite.
One thing just to add to what Krishna was saying, in asset management today in our buildings also, what he's trying to say in terms of the IoT of things, in terms of, you're setting up knock centers, you're setting up control centers, command centers for buildings, for large office parks, where we are controlling vertical transportation, quality of air, firefighting, BMS, building management system, elevator movement, security. Everything is actually controllable. And I think that's one area where we are seeing the maximum adaptation, at least in the life cycle of the real estate. Asset management, like Raja was mentioning, the construction life cycle, which is the beginning part of real estate, and the asset management has adopted quite a bit.
Thank you. So the next question, while it might not be very PropTech focused, all of you on the dais will agree that if there is one segment of real estate which in a way is a startup, in a way it's traditional, which got funded, which got VC funded, which got IPO, is the managed office space. I don't see with 20 years in JLL, we have not seen any offshoot of real estate which really got a tag of startup and got VC funded an IPO. So I'm very glad that a offshoot of real estate, which is the managed office space flex operator got. Now, what are the challenges? Now, a lot of VCs must be knocking your door for the iSprot after 7-8 years of existence for taking their money. But what are the typical challenges you feel the overall the real estate startup, whether it is managed office space or typical startup in real estate, face in raising money? What are the rejection parameters as far as VCs are concerned? Please, what do the common excuses they give? Because you would have, if I can use this common excuses from the VC side, I think you would have seen that, right? I think tables have turned now. VCs are knocking your door. Till 2-3 years back, you were knocking the doors of VCs. So please go ahead and tell those.
Yeah. So our industries, as you said, that it started as a startup, and then now today it's became an important segment in the whole real estate industry. So when we started, when we had to raise a fund, and then we were running around the banks to raise even a few lakhs, and then because we can't provide the collateral security as we were startups at that time, and then whatever the investment is purely going into the fit outs investment, and then we don't have any collaterals to offer. So, and this as this industry was as a very early stage, and then the bankers or the private equity people were not so confident at the time whether we can fund the assets which have a lifetime of like 5 to 10 years. So really we had a huge challenge in explaining like what we do, and then how the industry is evolving, how the industry is shaping up. And still I remember me and then my partner Srini were running around to raise 4 years back to raise a 50 lakhs to at least 10 to 15 banks. And then today we just finished 120 crores fundraise, and in one shot, and within the period of like 30 days to 45 days. And now the whole like banking systems or the PE guys has got the confidence on this industry, because post COVID there is a huge transformation has happened in the office spaces. Now the companies are looking at spaces which are flexible and which are scalable, and which will have a very collaborative or vibrant workspaces which meets their exact requirements. So I think we are confident now that this industry will still grow, and then we'll have a lot of opportunities in fundraising.
So I can tell you with all confidence, audience, after 2 years, I think she will be on stage for receiving Entrepreneurs Award. I have a lot of admiration for Sundari, and with his success, I always believe it takes a new industries 5-7 years to establish. With the success of Office, AWFIS, the success of SmartWorks and WeWork India on listing front, it makes life now easier for you to go the IPO route or to raise money, because any industry takes some time. All the best for your future IPO ambition. Now this question to Raja. How is PropTech sector in terms of the maturity level different in US and Europe as compared to India, whether it is the awareness level as or it compared to the ease of raising finance overall scenario, because you have seen that, as you are the oldest PropTech company in India.
Yeah, so I'll go back when the industry actually started, right? So
when did the PropTech start in US?
2011-12.
In US also?
Yeah, in US.
So it's not that old industry.
No, so if you consider CoStar, which started in 1992 as an information company like Bloomberg, then you can term it as a PropTech company, but that's an elephant in the room. They're like about $35-40 billion. So a startup PropTech started in 2011-12. So there are actually two companies, 42 floors, and VTS, which at that time was called as View the Space. They're just listings company, right? And they were trying to do something in New York, primarily. And then there was another company that came, kind of co-working, called Liquid Space, out of West Coast. Didn't do much. Things turned when Blackstone invested in VTS in 2016. That's when people started figuring out the largest asset manager in the world is investing in a small PropTech company and how it could potentially evolve. The problem also started for markets like ours and even Europe, because the US market is completely different. I mean, to give you a perspective, India market is equivalent to Manhattan, right? Entire India market. And we could be equivalent to entire Australia. A little bit. It's better. That's because it's gone down because of COVID, right? They're rebuilding their offices. But the point is, as a comparative, PropTech versus the market size, our entire country is equivalent to kind of Manhattan at that point. I'm talking about 2013, right? I think when people started following the trend of what was happening in the US, they didn't realize that market is very different. So the products which succeeded in the US could not succeed even in Europe. And which is why you've not seen very successful PropTech startups coming out of Europe. Asia Pacific and India is slightly more better, right? So I think where we are in the cycle is US has gone through an entire cycle where from a VC investment, it went on to a minority PE investment, and now both are kind of doing PE type of investment into PropTech together. India, I don't think you have a pure play PropTech company getting invested by a VC or a PE yet. I wouldn't consider co-working as PropTech. While they utilize PropTech,
agree.
Then they are more PropCo-OpCo type of business, right? CapEx versus OpEx, and then it's running efficiently. It's also being propelled by the GCC environment right now post-COVID, right? So I think this will evolve. It will find its niche at some point in time. I think that point in time is closer now than it was in 2013.
Just to cut you, what is the highest valuation of a pure PropTech company in US, and as compared to what is the highest valuation of a pure PropTech company in India?
Look, if you leave out CoStar and look at VTS, they may be about $2.5-3 billion right now. In India, I don't know if you would define No Broker as a PropTech company, right? They are PropTech of some sort in that large definition.
What is the valuation of No Broker?
They are also unicorn, right? They are also unicorn. But you'll have several such companies in the US which are unicorns, several across, correct? But in India, there's one. And I'm just saying, No Broker is now charging brokerage, right? That's a great pivot. So people typically, when they have some kind of a patented solution or technology, go ahead deep into it. They have pivoted with their business model itself, right? So there's a slight change. Maybe that's the need of the hour. But that's my response.
I just wanted to add one point. This technology is it's became very important in fundraise process, especially like the investors to get more confidence. They're looking at what is the technology we are using.
On a lighter note, we work spin that that we are not a real estate company, we are a tech company. That's how they raised billions of dollars in US. Okay, so
but just to Raja's point, Raja makes it seems that US is a behemoth in real estate and all that. Yeah, I appreciate that, but India, just to give you certain facts, Raja.
So basically, it has hurt the ego of a real estate builder in India. Please go ahead, Jaggi.
No, this is an India thing. Okay, so India today is the fourth largest office market. Okay, US is about 4 billion, India is about 1 billion, Japan is about 1.6 billion, China is about 3 billion. So we are fourth largest market. To get your facts correct, in India today is 65% of Asia Pac real estate.
Wow.
Okay, so that's a big number. Bangalore leases more space than London, Dubai, Singapore put together.
Well, Hyderabad is a better place than Bangalore.
I'm coming to that. Okay, Hyderabad is famous for 177 crore land deals. Okay, but to be fair, I think we are scratching the surface. Huge potential. That's why these kind of summits where entrepreneurs get understand that there's a huge opportunity in every aspect of real estate that PropTech can be utilized. And I think given the fact that governments are also pushing digitization to a new scape, I think it's just a matter of time that you will see that at every level of real estate, be it resident, every asset class, hospitality, warehouse and logistics and data centers and all of that, there's huge opportunities. So Raja, next time around, I'm sure you will be much more positive and your valuations will go up much more.
So my statistics went back to 2012, not the current statistics, number one. And, we've been around for...
Is he a client or not? First of all, you tell me.
Yes,
okay.
He is, right? And a very happy client, right? So, but the point is, and US remains the largest market. India is catching up. Even the names that Jaggi mentioned, we spoke about Australia, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai. US remains, it's scaling down because of what happened in COVID, right? They are kind of shifting from office to hospitality, the buildings and all that. But I'm as happy as you are as we are progressing, right? I mean, it's good for the country, it's good for us as a company as well.
Yeah, this is last sort of question. We'll start from Sundari. What is your prediction for the future of PropTech? As the topic is future of PropTech in India. Do you think it is bright or do you see a long way to go? Because frankly speaking, I've been in real estate for 20 years. As I said, Raja is the founder of the first PropTech 2012. From 2012 to 2025, 13 years, not much happened in the PropTech sector in India. Where do you think the next 5-10 years?
As Jaggi said that technology is becoming integral part of property management as well as the facility management. Without technology, I think we can't go forward, and then it has to continuously grow, and then we had to adopt the new technologies to make more seamless experience to all the clients. And being a chartered accountant, we always look at the numbers. We normally don't believe technology is like. And then my partners has a lot of difficult time to convince me to adopt the process and then technology. And we from last 1.5 years, like we are spending a lot of efforts to bring everything process oriented and then adding technology in every way. Like especially post COVID, you see a lot of touch points. We made it as a kind of digital, like just simple waving hand, like you can get into your office. So day to day, like every day, like the clients are coming with the different requirements. Now GCCs, some GCCs, they have very advanced, like they're using very advanced technology in their office systems. They're asking us to incorporate in the facility management. So I think without technology, I think PropTech will not grow as fast as we are.
Thank you. Krishna, your perspective?
I think the change will be much more rapid now. At again, like we were discussing, asset management is growing at a much faster rate, and construction related technology, I think it's a little more specific based on location or based on builder type, and that should be a little more customized. And I think with the help of AI, it will become more easy and we'll reach there faster.
I think the adoption will increase going forward, and I'll tell you why. I'll just give you one instance. Nobody would have thought of investments being done on a fractional basis, right? Now it's being blessed by SEBI. And you also have an initiative called...
Just for 1 minute, explain the audience about fractional ownership.
Fractional ownership is like mutual funds, right? It allows people to invest in small ticket sizes, which otherwise only HNIs or large institutions were able to invest. For example, if it's an office investment of 40 crores, they fractionalize it into units where you can invest a minimum of 25 lakhs or 50 lakhs, something like that. And you have stable income generating asset over a period of time. Right, that's the broad concept of fractional investment. But coming back to my point, so there's this initiative which has been started by Nandan Nilekani, right, Finternet, where they're trying to integrate blockchain and tokenization into this entire fractional model. Imagine how transparent it's going to be and how easy it's going to be, the entire process. So there are several such initiatives which are blessed by the government and the stakeholders, which augurs well for the industry going forward.
Jaggi, your comments on the future of PropTech in India?
I think we are scratching the surface, and I think it's a matter of time that you will see that, at every level there will be far more understanding of the real value that can enhance a real estate development project or anything that real estate touches with PropTech. And I think the only as developers, we are ready to invest in every aspect. In fact, you look at our entire billing system, our procurement, we sold recently in Indirapuram in Noida something like 3,500 units without even a single paper booking form. So everything was on an app, and even the KYC was done through the phones. You don't need paper, and I think that's the kind of adaptation that everybody's actually looking at. So I think people understand the value of time, process, and more importantly, compliance also, because this is part of the whole ecosystem that we are building. And I think if we don't adapt it, it's our loss.
2 minutes, but I'm going to put all of you in a very tough situation. Audience, please hear this question of mine. You have 2 CR to personal money to invest. All of you are in real estate, spoke a lot about PropTech. 2 crore to invest. Will you invest in a PropTech company or you buy a flat? Yes, where? PropTech.
PropTech.
Are you
No doubt.
Are you playing to the gallery or you really mean it?
No. 100% I'm sure.
PropTech.
Of course, PropTech, right?
Buy a real estate.
I think thank you guys. You have been a lovely audience, and thank you Sundari, thank you Krishna, thank you Raja, and thank you Jaggi. And Jaggi and Raja have flown all the way. Jaggi has come from Bangalore and Raja has come from Bombay. Thank you guys. I think we are almost at the end of the session. Thank you, and thanks everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Payal Jain, partner at Lowest Through Advisors, one of India's leading investment banks. I've been fortunate to call the city of Hyderabad my home for the last 5 years and hopefully many more to come, which is why it is my privilege and honor to launch this report at this stage. As we gather here today to celebrate the city's entrepreneurial spirit, it gives me great pleasure to announce the launch of Hyderabad Innovation Report 2025, authored by Lowest Through Advisors in collaboration with TiE Hyderabad. The city has come a long way since it was first reimagined as Cyberabad. Today, Hyderabad is the fourth largest startup ecosystem in India, home to over 8,000 plus startups, multiple unicorns and soonicorns, and more than $5.8 billion in cumulative funding. It leads from the front in deep tech, space tech, life sciences, AI, proving that world-class innovation can thrive with purpose and discipline. The report brings together insights from entrepreneurs, investors, and ecosystem builders who have shaped this remarkable journey. As we look ahead to the Telangana Rising 2047 vision, this report is both a reflection of how far we've come and a reminder of the pivotal role Hyderabad startup ecosystem will play in realizing the state's aspiration to become a $3 trillion economy. Please join me on unveiling the Hyderabad Innovation Report 2025.
Rajesh sir, would you mind saying a few words as well?
For all the startups in this hall, okay, the backdrop of this book launch is not only to highlight the startups or potential startups that would require investment in the ecosystem. There are also Loestra is a company where does matchmaking from a funds to investor to startups. So make sure you take her card, contact details, and make sure you follow up with her and get the needed investments. Not only that, I have Pradeep here, heads up Hyderabad Angels, our charter member. Kiran here, DVC Venture Capitals. Make sure you guys and also our board member and rest of the Leicester team utilize this opportunity. Meet all these folks. Make sure the fundraising can happen through these guys. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh sir, Abhijit sir, Murli sir for your support and all of the TiE team. Couldn't have happened without you. Thank you.
Welcome the co-panelists here, very eminent panel. Firstly, let me thank the organizers, the TiE team, for inviting us to be here, particularly with a discussion on the defense ecosphere in the country and evolving situation in the world globally. TiE, I've been associated with the TiE in multiple events, and people have been friends to me, both in Hyderabad and Bangalore. I've attended a number of events of TiE, and this is one place where we come across many entrepreneurs, but not the routine faces what we see in all our defense related meetings and events. We always find new faces, new industries, new thought processes, new perspectives, and whatnot and all that. So that is how I always have an interest to come for a TiE event. And particularly this event yesterday and today is a big event in Hyderabad, and calling it as Hyderabad Entrepreneurs Summit. Very important event. I only request all the people who are standing may sit down also, whoever is standing. So that gives a better view for all of us and better feeling also. All the people who are standing may sit down. Coming to Hyderabad, and as an overall national perspective, the defense scenario is changing and evolving to a very high level, to a global leadership today. India today having a budget of 6.81 lakh crores for the defense, with about 1.75 lakh crores of capital budget, remaining revenue and all that lot of things. The scenario was, in India we were producing bare minimum about 20-25 years back. Most of the things were imported, and almost in the capital budget 90% was imported. That was the scenario. From that scenario today, we have come to a stage where last financial year, out of the 1.75 lakh crore capital budget, 1.5 lakh crore was produced within the country. 1.5 lakh crores was produced in the country. And now the target given today to the country is, by next year, make it 1.75 lakh crores. This is the target. By 2029, the target is kept as 3 lakh crores. 3 lakh crores is the target. Similarly, when I said imports, we have been doing a lot of imports and we have been standing tall in the world as the largest importer or one of the largest importers of defense equipment. From there, the turnaround has taken place. We are now exporting. Last year, we have exported 23,666 crores worth of defense equipment to the world. 23,000. That is the change from being the largest importer. You have turned around and started exporting. The target kept now is 50,000 crores. 50,000 crores exports we should do in the next 2 years. That is the target given. So that is the way it is shaping. Many technologies are being developed indigenously now today. There are almost about 2,000 Tier 1 and Tier 2 industries are working for the defense today in the country. There are more than 20,000 industries are working as Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 industries for the defense today. And if you look at, there are few thousands of startups which are working for the defense today. This is how the scenario. And particularly when you talk about Hyderabad, Hyderabad is an important epic center of defense. I'll tell you, today in Hyderabad, we have more than about 12 laboratories of DRDO. 12 laboratories of DRDO. In fact, I like to mention, more than about 60% to 70% of the budget of DRDO is spent in Hyderabad. More than 60 to 70% of it. Then we have the major public sector units. The CMD of the Bharat Dynamics Limited is sitting here, BDL. Then we have HAL 2 units here. Then we have Bharat Electronics Limited. We have the Ordnance Factory in Medak. So there are so many units which are there, which are connected to defense. I am not talking about the Air Force Station. I am not talking about the Army units. I am not talking about the other establishments of defense-related quality assurance agencies and whatnot and all that. So that way, Hyderabad is an important center. If you look at for you, as you are, many of them are outside the defense, many major systems are produced here. Talk about all the missiles, everything right from Prithvi, Agni, Akash, Trishul, Nag, Astra, BMD, BrahMos, whatever it is, all the systems are developed and produced here in this city of Hyderabad. There one, and majority of them produced from Bharat Dynamics Limited here, which are there here. Majority of them. When I say Agni, it is not one Prithvi, it is not one Prithvi. It is Prithvi 1, Prithvi 2, Dhanush. When I say Agni, it is Agni 1, Agni 2, Agni 3, Agni 4, Agni 5. These sort of things which are all developed here. And in fact, I like to mention the pride of the country, the mission what has been conducted, Mission Shakti, the anti-satellite test, the most secretive operation which is done in a world record time of 2 years is done from the laboratories in Hyderabad. And that is what Honorable Prime Minister came and then announced to the world through public TV. Similarly, we have the materials laboratory here. We have Medhani. I forgot to tell about Mishradhat Nigam Limited. It is here. Then we have the electronic warfare systems here. We have the directed energy systems. That is the lasers, high power electromagnetics. That laboratory is here. There are strategic systems related things, laboratories here. So much of thing in Hyderabad, and so there is a large number of the industries connected to these laboratories are shaped up in Hyderabad, where it is Balanagar, now today talk about Alibatla or elsewhere in a big way. So Hyderabad is such an important center for the defense of the country today. In this scenario, now the DRDO or the defense ministry, the defense production is opened up more and more to the private industry. Now today private industries are producing missiles, they are producing bombs, they are producing tanks, they are producing guns, so much also expanded. And lot of subsystems now today are coming up from private industry, MSMEs, SMEs, even Lagu Udyog Bharat. And major systems are coming from the large industries anyway. They are all coming from various industries. It is not alone the public sector alone now today. I am not saying that it is not public sector we are reduced or anything. As I said, we are going from 50,000 crores or 30,000 crores to 1.5 lakh crores now. Next year 1.75 lakh crores. And after that in 2 years 3 lakh crores. So that everyone is expanding in a big way. DPSs are expanding. Private sector also expanding. There are huge opportunities which are happening in the country today. And that is why we are looking at people who are not already in the defense, people like you who can come into the defense and come out with more and more innovative systems, making the country tall in the world. So that is how the eminent panel has come here. In fact, I like to mention, this is the panel what is here. This is one of the very rare panels what you can see. Very rare panels. The top of the defense in the country from across all the fields in the defense have come here. Now we have Dr. Chandrika Kaushik. She is the Director General in DRDO, looking after the industry, all aspects of industry, technology transfers, connectivity, issues, orders, placement and all that. Connected to the Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guards, the issues and all that related to that, and international cooperation. So such is the level of the Director General who is present here from DRDO. Similarly, we have Commodore Madhavrao. He is the Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Dynamics Limited. As I said, they are the people who have produced Prithvi, Agni, Akash, Trishul, Nag, various other Concord and other missiles and all that, and which they are producing many other missiles today. Till now, I can say one statement. More than 90% of the missiles which are there in the arsenals of our armed forces have come from BDL. In fact, BDL has gone to a stage where it has become one of the world's best manufacturing missiles unit in the world, wherein they could produce 60 missiles of Akash per month. In 1 month, they were producing 60 missiles. And in fact, the CMD has promised in Raksha Mantri, sir, if you want, I can produce 120 missiles a month. That is the level of competency what they have, and that is the one he is representing here. Then we have another great man, Colonel Rajendra Bhatia. He is the president of SIDM, the largest body for the defense industries in the country. They represent everywhere. The Ministry of Defense takes them very seriously. For everything they are consulted. If defense acquisition procedure, they are consulted. Now recently, the minor degree course in defense technologies has been promulgated by the AICTE. That was the initiative of SIDM. So many activities they do, policies, influencing the government, and they also give awards to the industries. Just 2 days back or 3 days back, on 27th, Raksha Mantri has given to almost about 60 people awards from SIDM. Honorable Defense Minister has come and then he gave it. And also, Bhatia ji is the board chairman of Bharat Forge Defense Systems. So he is such a senior man there. Then we have Mr. Tapat Kumar, a man who is grown in defense. He was with many industries. He worked across the industries. He was in Adani Defense. Now he is the CEO of HFCL, one of the units which is in fiber optics, electronics, fuses, ammunition, armaments, many things, and expanding in a big way. And they are trying to expand. They have units in Bangalore, they have units in Hosur, they have units in Chennai, they have units in Hyderabad. They are opening a unit in. So he is such a senior man and having experience. This is the panel what we have. I request all of you to take it very seriously, listen to them, and I also give the opportunity at the end for you to interact with the panel with you, any queries you have, clarifications you have. So first I'll plan it in such a way that I'll have each of them to give their perspective with respect to the new entrepreneurs to come to defense? What are the various policy measures, or what are the opportunities, and how they can come in, and what it can be done? And those aspects I want to talk to each one of them in their own way. I start with Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, because R&D is the most important thing and the starting point in any technology development. So DRDO does the technology development and gives it to the industry. So I like to ask her how DRDO facilitates industry to come up in defense and establish themselves within the country, supplying to DRDO, armed forces, and later exporting to the world. That is the clarity what I need for all of you.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Reddy, my co-panelists. I am really very happy to be present here with you. Coming to the question raised by Dr. Reddy, I'll give you some pointers. The first requirement from DRDO and for the overall defense ecosystem, we have come out with a concept of development cum production partner, where for every system that is being supplied to the armed forces based on developments happening in the DRDO, the industry which is partnering the development goes on to supply those systems to the armed forces. And not only to the armed forces, these are the industries which are responsible for taking the lead in export of these systems, and also to the other security agencies which are supporting the defense of the nation. The MHA agencies, the police forces, the various CAPFs, they also have similar requirements. So those requirements can also be met by the industries which are partnering during the design and development phase. So while DRDO takes the lead during the development phase, during the D&D phase, the industries are expected to take the ownership and the leadership during the production phase. So this is how the major macro programs and major systems are developed and productionized. Then we also give the transfer of technology for various kind of components, subsystems, system levels over and above the DCPPs, so that the industrial ecosystem can grow and mature much faster. I am happy to see that all my co-panelists are also our DCPPs for multiple systems that are under production and for induction to the armed forces. You'd be happy to note that roughly about 6 lakh crore worth of systems have been approved for induction by the armed forces based on the developments by DRDO. Thank you. And about 12,000 crore worth of exports, from what Dr. Reddy mentioned just now, that has happened in the last year is based on the systems developed by DRDO. As I mentioned, we have whatever technologies are developed, we are more than happy to share the expertise, the TOTs with our industry partners. And till date, more than 2,000 agreements for transfer of technologies have been shared with the industry partners. We have also come up with the Technology Development Fund scheme, where not only does the DRDO fund the development of technology to the extent of 50 crores, it also does the technical mentoring, hand-holding of the young startups and MSMEs which are participating in the technology development. Till date, about 80 projects costing more than 300 crores have been sanctioned. The IPR portfolio of DRDO, which is again more than 2,500 IPRs have been filed. These have been made open to public. So if any young startup, MSME, any industry feels, and these are available on our websites, if you feel that this IP is of relevance to you and you would like to take it further, you would like to develop it and convert it into a product or do some customization, there is a process put on the website whereby which you can make use of these IPRs and do the commercial exploitation of those. We also support the industries by providing the test facilities. Test facilities are capital intensive, and DRDO has a unique blend of test facilities which are required across the various spectrum. So more than 30 labs having different kind of test facilities. These are available on the website, and industries who need to make use of these can access this by checking on the details on the website. Annually, more than 6,000 tests are conducted for the Indian industries, which is helping especially the young startups and the MSMEs in taking their developments further. I'd also like to inform all the people present here that we have come up with a system for advanced manufacturing assessment and rating, where we take the help of QCI, quality, which kind of assesses the maturity level of the industry to see how mature is the industry for productionization and whether they can partner, where are they, what is the kind of level, and they also give suggestions on how to support and how to upgrade themselves to the levels which are required for partnering in the defense ecosystem. We have also opened a Defense Technology and Testing Center. It is available at Lucknow, where dedicated test facilities are available which can be made use of by various agencies, and that center also provides specific training on complex softwares and other requirements. So these are some of the initiatives. We also have an open house every month in each DRDO lab as well as at the DRDO headquarters to listen to new suggestions that may come up from the industry, and all the details are available on our website. Anyone who needs to get in touch with any laboratory or with us at headquarters, please feel free to reach out, and we'd be more than happy to support you in whichever way possible. I think we'll close with that. I'm overshooting the time, looks like.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving the perspective of how DRDO works with the industry and all that. Later, any clarifications, we'll come back to you after the thing. Now, next I move to Commodore Madhav Rao, the Chairman and Managing Director of BDL, one of the largest DPSUs, Defense Public Sector Units. Normally, probably you may think that if it is DPSUs means, and they do everything, and industry what we are, and we need to work separately and all that. It is not so. BDL works with industry in a big way. I'll just give one statistics and then leave it to Commodore Madhav Rao. Akash is one of the large number of missiles produced missile system. And maybe more than about 15,000 crores or 20,000 crores worth of missiles have been produced. And I want to tell you, when BDL has produced a missile system, 84% by value has been come out from private MSMEs. BDL has taken from all of them, integrated, tested and supplied it to him. That is what it is. So I request Commodore Madhav Rao to give his perspective from BDL and DPSUs, how new entrepreneurs like you can come up and work with them. Mr. Commodore Madhav Rao.
Thank you very much, sir. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, and I would like to open by thanking the Hyderabad Enterprise Entrepreneurship Summit organizers and TiE for giving us this opportunity. Like what Dr. Reddy said, we have been in this business of weapon system manufacturing. When somebody asks me, what do you do? I have a very simple answer that I make missiles. And then the question stop. So, and generally when you talk about technology, in a lighter vein, when you want to say that some technology is unsurmountable or something, you say it's no rocket science. I guess what we do is rocket science. So, and we have inherited this from the DRDO. BDL was set up in 1970 by the Government of India to enable manufacturing of the missiles in India. And from then, we have been constantly associated with the DRDO. In 1983, the IGM-DP program was announced, wherein the Integrated Guided Missile Program started. And all the greats of DRDO, up to the last chairman DRDO, they have all spent adequate time in BDL in ensuring that the product that comes out of BDL is absolutely the best in the world. Like they say, the missiles are a single shot product. You can call back a Honda City and say, okay, we'll change the battery and give it back to you, and so on and so forth. But here you can't call back a missile. So it is a single shot device. The quality is paramount. And we have been associated with all those stakeholders who are into this business. So like Sir said, to start with, the designer here in most of our indigenous products has been DRDO, and we have been the production agency. And apart from manufacturing these missiles, it is our responsibility to take along with us all the MSMEs and other large industry partners who give us critical components of the missile to finally make the missile and deliver it to the user. So to give you a few examples, in like Akash said 84, in today we are in majority of the missiles, 90% of it comes from our industry partners, big and small. Whatever turnover we have, out of which 60 to 70% is passed down to the industries. So if you look at the balance sheet of BDL, whatever business we do, 60 to 70% of it is available to the industry. And just to give a context of the figures, if we are talking about 1.5 lakh crores business in the industry going to 1.75, BDL's order book stands at 22,000 crores. So we are just about less than 10% or just about 10% of the overall defense manufacturing process. So that is the size of what is available to the industry today. Similar figures on the export. Last year we did 21,000 crores of exports, out of which BDL has done 1,200 crores. So despite being one of the mainstay company of the defense industry, you can see what is the share that we occupy in the market. So you can well imagine the size of the market that's available to all of you. And coming to the involvement of the industry in the whole program, what BDL does is I can categorize as three types of products. One is where DRDO is our design agency. We are the production partners, either through PA arrangement or through the DCPP, wherein the design is given to us and we work with the nominated or the qualified industry partners who have been part of DRDO during the development along with us. We manufacture these missiles. This occupies close to 60 to 70% of our product list. The next is the foreign OEMs. We have been working with them right from 1970 of doing TOT programs, wherein we have got the TOT from the foreign OEMs and now they are all indigenously produced. I will give you an example of the Concourse missiles. Is an anti-tank guided missile. When we started this, we were 30% indigenous, 70% was imported. And thanks to companies like yours, today we are 99% indigenous. So BDL has always been encourager of various entrepreneurs, startups and MSMEs to improve this import to indigenous ratio. And we have almost done the complete missile ourselves. It is not just one missile, but many of the missiles we have been importing or doing it through TOT are now indigenously produced. The next one is lately we have started doing R&D ourselves to relieve the burden on DRDO for the technologies that are more critical and complex, and try to take on that is already been established, like doing some improvements to what products have emerged from the technologies developed by DRDO, or where there are gaps where DRDO is working on the larger projects, we take up on the smaller projects and do R&D ourselves. So we have a few products coming up in that, where again, we are doing it not alone. We are doing it with the complete support and innovative initiatives by a lot of startups. The last category is we are developing products along with startups. The ideas of the startups, the innovative ideas have come from them. They are the initiators of the products. We are supporting them, and we are helping them to convert them into products. So that is the kind of role that we have been playing. We have been playing the second fiddle in many cases, and in some cases we have been the taking the supportive role. The government of India has done a lot to encourage startups and MSMEs in the defense sector. We have the programs like HITEX, where the startups are funded. 50% of the project cost is paid by the government, 50% by the startup company, and there is a mentor organization like BDL which supports them to take their ideas into products. So the latest on that HITEX scheme is the Aditi scheme, where the amount that the government is giving is 50 crores per project. So that is the kind of initiative that the government has taken. And all of us in the defense sector, primarily the government companies, we have listed the various component subsystems that are imported on a portal called Srijan portal. On the Srijan portal, all of us have listed what are the items that we are importing, and therefore these are available for import substitution through your innovative ideas. And it has been a good program that we have year on year, we are cutting down on the list, and many of these products are becoming indigenous now. With respect to the USP of the startups of being innovative and agile, I can only tell you that the DPSUs are no longer the erstwhile white elephants who take a lot of time to move. We move as quickly as you are. You take one step, we are ready to take 4 steps. I can tell you proudly that within a month's time, BDL has funded one of the startups 140 crores to take up a project. And the money was dispersed in 1 month's time. So, if I had to summarize companies like ours, DPSUs and the larger companies, the role we play is to synergize the efforts of the industry to make Atmanirbharta a true reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Counter Madharaji, for giving the details of whatever the activities being done by BDL, what are the production activity, and how they were working with industries, what are the opportunities, how they're collaborating with startups and everything. Now I move on to Colonel Rajendra Bhatia, the president of SIDM. As I said, SIDM is the largest industry body in the country. It's taken very seriously by the ministry and the government in multiple ways. In the policy generations, are working out with industry related aspects, industry related problems, and whatnot. So I think he's the right man who understands the industry aspects, perspective today in the country the best. And he also has been, of course, as I said, he's the chairman of the board of Bharat Forge. And so that way, as himself also being part of as an entrepreneur, he knows everything. So I request Colonel Bhatia to give his perspective about what are the opportunities now in defense, how various new entrepreneurs can join.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, and thank you for a very nice and introduction, which I don't think I deserve. But let me start, since it is a entrepreneurship summit. Let me give you a perspective for the future entrepreneurs sitting in this hall. Dr. Reddy mentioned that our last year budget was approximately 6.75 lakh crores, out of which acquisition budget was approximately 1,75,000 crores. Interesting part is that the defense budget has been increasing approximately at 9 to 10% year on year. So this budget doubles every 7 years. And if we look at Amrit Kal, and when we say 2047, by which time the India should be a developed nation, we are looking at a figure of the defense budget in the tune of 40 to 50 lakh crores by that time. And the acquisition budget will be close to 20 lakh crores by that time. So we are looking at a massive budget. Now, need to spend this budget by the own industry is well known. The recent geostrategic scenario has indicated that the nations have to be self-reliant, at least as far as defense technologies are concerned. Now, how does defense offer a unique opportunity to the entrepreneurs? And that's the area where I would like to dwell. This is one business which is dependent, like many others, on two facets. The first facet of that is technology development. Technology will be the key to winning wars. It was the key, it will remain the key. Now, how do we go about developing technology? If you take a look at facet of the technology, there are three segments which fall into it. Research and development, which will primarily remain state-funded, state-oriented function, where Dr. Chandrika really explained the role of DRDO. We do not see any change happening in that role. The second part in technology development is what we call innovation. But innovation at best is a progressive or an incremental increase. The third part of technology development is what we call disruptive technologies or the breakthrough technologies. Now, India probably has made rapid strides in last 2 decades, but we are still behind in that technology, I would say, domain behind the Western countries. So if we have to jump into that queue, into the higher level of technology development, what we need is breakthrough technologies or what we call disruptive technologies. World over, these technologies have been developed by small enterprises. And I think that's the role which startups in this country can play. I think a lot has been said about the kind of funding availability, the kind of availability of opportunities, but I think the time is right for a nation like us to have million startups working in this domain so that you can become a startup nation for technology development, to give us a leapfrogging into the technology domain in the world. And that will be the key to our success. The second part, and with which I'll conclude my argument, is on the manufacturing end. It's also very heartening to note that the defense will always have a tierized structure for manufacturing. There'll be large scale integrators, there'll be tier 1s who will do system work, there'll be tier 2 who will do subsystem work, and there are tier 3 who will do component work. So it opens opportunities for everyone at various levels. So whatever level you are, with your enterprise, you can make a start. But only thing I would like to say, remember, defense is not a sprint, it's going to be a marathon. If you are going in there, plan with the idea that it's going to be a long haul. But advantage of running a marathon that very few people end up running marathons because it's a tough thing. So the entry barriers become that much larger. So with this, I would like to conclude my argument and hand it back to Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, Bhatiaji. I like to mention here one thing. He is from an industry called Bharat Forge. All of you know, India never had a gun. We have been importing, and you all heard about Bofors and all that. Then DRDO worked with the industry, Bharat Forge and Tata, and they have produced now an indigenous Indian gun called HITEX. And I want to tell you, a very proud moment for our is the HITEX is the world's longest range gun. No other gun in the world has the range of an Indian gun which is produced by our country. And now these people are exporting now. We imported and we had a lot of issues, and we have gone to the exporting stage now. That the gun is produced by one of the industries, is Bharat Forge technology from DRDO. Now I moved into Mr. Sampath Kumar. Mr. Sampath Kumar, he has grown in the industry from very small young man, from that stage to a CEO now. And also he worked in Lagu Udyog, SMEs, MSMEs and large industry CEO now. And he worked with the DRDO and all the industry and DPSUs and Ministry of Defense in a big way. He knows all the related issues, and let me see how he encourages you to join into the industry and the defense industry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Attention everyone, the session term sheet recorded by Mr. Sundari Pisipati will begin at 3:45 p.m. Kindly be seated.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. The session chairman of the day, Dr. Satish Reddy sir. The session chairman of the day,
Sampath.
Dr. Satish Reddy sir.
Sampath, hold your mic like this.
Yeah. Fellow speakers on the dais, the large industry representatives among the audience. Thank you, organizers TiE, for giving an opportunity to share my views. I truly agree with what Dr. Reddy sir has said. I was one among like you not very long ago, just 32 years ago. Yeah. I am young, just 32 years in the industry. We have seen how defense industry has evolved for over last 30 years or so. In fact, Madam Chandrika has given a perspective of how open the DRDO today. I completely agree with them. It was not so easy 30 years back when we started. All the Indian industry who are in MSME or the mid-sized companies, we were always allowed to do only the small components and never a system. Believe me, of course, I interacted with BDL for last 30 years. Whenever we used to go to BDL, as a young engineer, I used to love to see Akash missile, Prithvi missile, Agni series of missile. It used to be very, very nice and encouraging things to see as an young engineer. A complete the missile system that has been done in this country. But today, 30 years down the line, the government has opened up, I would say Ministry of Defense, especially the DRDO has opened up the encourage industry to come forward and participate in many programs. That encouragement has helped the young engineers like me, or young managers like us, to start looking at what once upon a time we were looking at as a big system, whether we will be able to touch that, we are able to produce it. I will tell you one example, gentlemen. Operation Sindoor happened May 7 to 10. You'll be surprised. Almost all the defense equipment that were deployed in the border were either having a design defined here, product produced here. All components that has been used for the subsystem, the complete system has been delivered by MSMEs of Hyderabad and also few other places. So, virtually in Operation Sindoor, it is Hyderabad which protected all of us, millions of life, and our motherland. Let us give a big round of applause for yourself. With the policy changes that are being made over the last 30 years, in fact, you'll be surprised to know it is Dr. Reddy sir. From 2000 up to, DRDO has been founded in 1958. Up to 2018, before he took over as a chairman, only around 537 TOTs were given to the private industry. So here is a man from your own city who has given in less than 5 years more than this. I think 736 TOTs to the Indian industry. Let's give a big round of applause for all the galaxy of the people who are on the dais. Now to talk about how to encourage the youngsters or a young entrepreneur. Not only young entrepreneur, even people with deep pockets, you will definitely face a challenge where to enter, how to enter. This is one of the challenge, even when we were there, since we have grown, as Reddy sir said, from the small MSMEs to the large companies, we know we went with the flow. I will give you one very important document which Government of India has published only in September. Last month they have published. TPCR 2025. It's called Technology Perspective Capability Roadmap 2025. Let me repeat for the young entrepreneur. If you want, just make a note of it and search. You will get to know many things. You don't need to ask anybody where you have to play, how you can enter a business. So thanks to Ministry of Defense, they have published TPCR, Technology Perspective Roadmap document, which highlights next 15 years procurement, what armed forces, whether it is Army, Navy, Air Force, is going to do. Every technology is listed, every product has been listed. That is one of the it's about 141 page document. My request to all the youngsters who are here, who are interested to enter the aerospace sector, to read this document. Lot of product has been listed out. You can start working on it. Another thing I will tell you. In fact, we all started, as I told you, Class C, Class D item, because at that time, the procurement was restricted to only DPSUs like the Bharat Electronics, HAL, BDL, and ordnance factories. Today, when you are able to do subsystem, we were doing system, components, system, subsystem, and then, we became the system integrators. So please look at what you can do it. Look at the focus areas have also been mentioned in this document. Just for the benefit of the audience here, let me just read out 3 or 4 areas that Government of India has emphasized. Probably if you play in these areas, you can definitely get into the aerospace sector in a big way. The focus area for the next 10 years is hypersonic weapons, fifth generation fighter aircraft. In fact, AMCA is the aircraft which Government of India, Ministry of Defense, in fact, it comes under DRDO. They are building it. Get into that. That is going to be the product of the nearby future, and it will be there for a long time. Of course, artificial intelligence, battlefield awareness, and predictive logistics is one of the area which is going to be coming up in a big way. And the third focused area of the Ministry of Defense is cyber warfare and space resilience. So work on these areas, I am sure. In fact, I met some of the startups who are working on AI already. My sincere suggestion is to look at the how AI driven battlefield awareness can be created, so that it is going to be, of course, AI is disturbing the way we were working, and you can gain immensely from that. I will also highlight some of the major program under the modernization program of Government of India, which is going to happen. Probably the startups may not get a chance here. Modernization program, initially the bigger companies would be playing. I will highlight some of those. Start working with companies who are working in this area, and definitely you can get benefited out of it. The key modernization programs which are going on are going to be happening in the next 5 years. The BMP-2 Combat Vehicle Upgradation Program, incidentally, there are about 6 companies working on it, like the Tatas, L&T, and my company HFCL is also one of them. So, in fact, we are sourcing lot of subsystem for the BMP upgrade already from Hyderabad. Anybody new coming, also volume is so high, it's going to be around 911 vehicles. So please associate with larger companies and look at it. Tejas LCA expansion program. In fact, I heard they are already building the third assembly line. There are 2 in Bangalore. The third line is coming. That is where you can get a maximum business focus on it. The T90 upgradation program, especially the cockpit, is also happening. We are not at it, but companies like Tata, L&T is working on it. So please concentrate and join work on that. The C295 Airbus program. It's a very big program. Currently 47 aircraft, but I heard many more aircrafts are going to be given to this joint venture company. So associate there and work on it. And one of the, in fact, maybe Bangalore is more associated. SDR going to be the software defined radios is going to be one of the large program of the country. Vehicle mounted SDRs. There is an RFI going on for about 10,000 vehicles. The software defined radio the handheld device, we require in India more than about 1 lakh pieces. So please work on these activities. You can be benefited most. Also, I wanted to tell you, because a lot of young entrepreneurs are there, just get into the component level manufacturing. There's a reason why I am telling this. 2014-15, in the same hall here, I was one of the speakers for a Boeing conference, because I was working in big way those days for Boeing program. Boeing in 2014 had a zero sourcing from India. Today, just 10 years, it's not a long period for defense and aerospace. Today they are sourcing $1.25 billion worth of component, and majority of it is happening in only 2 cities, Hyderabad, Bangalore. Bangalore, Hyderabad. Same way, friends, Airbus is sourcing almost $1.5 billion worth of components. Again, 2 cities, Hyderabad, Bangalore. So there are so many opportunities coming. Work on it. But for the community of defense and aerospace, I have only 2 advisors. I'm not too big to give an advice, but you can take it as a caution. Those of you who are already associated for some time, you know how difficult is the defense business is. You may have a deep pocket, you have an enthusiasm to come. The Government of India, DRDO, even defense PSUs have opened in a big way. You can always work for it. But keep 2 things in mind. One, defense business is not an overnight business. Have little patience. You can grow. Mr. Shivkumar is laughing. He is here. He knows how difficult it is. And the second most important advice is perseverance. If you don't have these two, don't come for the defense business. So my sincere suggestion is it is open for everybody. Come, let us grow. Next 20-25 years, it is going to be defense and aerospace, which will be contributing for the growth of this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sampathji. I like to mention Mr. Sampath worked with DRDO when he was there in the previous organization. And DRDO with the industries has developed. BDL is one of the important industries. Developed with the two industries jointly together in a mode what that Chandrika mentioned some time back called DCPP, Development Cum Production Partner. That means when you start the design, that industry is involved. Together the scientists, the engineers of the production agency work together. First time in the world, a missile on a drone is developed in less than 1 year and tested and produced and army has ordered in 1 year, and that is what these two great gentlemen have produced with the technology from DRDO, and that was used in Operation Sindoor. In fact, I want to mention here Operation Sindoor because you are all have come from different fields. With all the eminent organizations, eminent people who are present here, who are representing the great organizations, these organizations which have produced indigenous equipment here, first time India in Operation Sindoor fought a war with Atmanirbharata and completely indigenous weapons. Completely indigenous weapons. In fact, the precision was so accurate. I'd like to mention here very clearly, we could attack the terrorist camps, not touching the next house also, the pinpointed house. We attacked the Air Force stations, runways, radars, bunkers, important sites, all very accurately, pinpointedly with various missiles like BrahMos and all that. Now you see, other side, they also tried. Everything takes off from that side of the country, and here we have Akash missile, we have MRSAM missile, we have our radar system, we have our integrated network. Nothing was allowed to come into the country and attack us. Nowhere. Till now we have been thinking only Israel has got Iron Dome and everything. But this country has allowed. Not allowed one to come our side, whereas we could attack everything, whatever we wanted to do. That is the great thing, whatever has been. I think require a big applause, a standing applause to all the people. Please get up and give a great applause to all these people and the armed forces in the country. Big way. Thank you. Now the house is open. So all of you, anybody has got any queries, any clarifications, and please ask. If all the people sit, then they will understand who is asking. So the global president wants to open it.
Very good evening, sir.
I think someone else is already speaking.
I think we'll give it to Murali. We'll take it up later.
So Satish sir, thank you very much for bringing such eminent personalities, and it's very eye-opening to hear. So first and foremost, congratulations to you to putting together such an eminent panel. Thank you, Shiva, for organizing this. I have a question, Mr. Rajendra Singh Ji. You mentioned that this is a marathon. And even marathon, you need to know whether it's a 26 kilometers or a 56 kilometers which you're running. And I want to understand from a entrepreneurial point of view, for a young entrepreneur, are you trying to run 3-year marathon or a 5-year marathon or a 10-year marathon so that the sustainability becomes? I just want you to shed some light into that aspect of it if I'm starting the absolutely latest venture today.
So, it's a very interesting question to answer, but I'll try and answer to the best of my abilities. The issue here is that what we were trying to say, that defense development is a long drawn out affair because it has a developmental phase, it has a testing phase, it has an acceptance phase, and then only it gets inducted, unlike a normal commercial product which may not go through these phases. Now coming to some of the high technology products where the changeover of technology is very quick, the acquisition cycle has to be shorter. Where the technology, if the equipment has to be large, complex, technically advanced platform, the period will be much longer. Let me give you the word data on it, and then we can take a look at what happens. For complex programs, world over, including advanced countries like United States of America, the time lies anything between 60 months to 10 years. For less complex programs, the period lies between 36 months to 60 months. And today, in communication, highly digitally or AI related or quantum computing related projects, the time will be much shorter globally. The best countries to emulate in this are South Korea and Israel, which try to finish their development and acquisition in a period less than 3 years. India's figure, which you would be wanting to know, lies anything around 7 years. But there is a very sharp focus to at least cut it down to 36 months or 24 months, and that's where SIDM is working very closely with Indian government to try and do that. Let me also give you an example of HITEX, which Dr. Reddy mentioned. The first prototype came out in less than 16 months. It is different that the trials took longer period, but first prototype came out in 16 months. So complex equipment can also be developed in much faster time frame, and I think everybody is working towards that. But aim is not to discourage, aim is to tell people that it's a long haul, but take a look at the advantage. Entry barrier for the next step is that much longer. So you're going to be, if you have developed something, you'll have 10 years of free run before somebody comes in. So please take it in that manner. I hope I have answered the question.
Please.
Very good afternoon to you, all the lady too, and the Satish Reddy sir.
A little louder.
No, I'm giving the one. I'm coming to you the question. This is a question regarding about the one before the Operation Sindhu took place. Correct me if I am wrong. Hats off to the ladies which have been took the parade at the Rajpath. Then outstanding the parade they took. The lady was an officer. Then hats off to that lady and all the contingent at the time. Then comes to the one before the one attacking the enemy by the Indian Armed Forces. Hats off to them, to the two ladies. Again, my question to you, I will take the one permission from the TiE, all the committee members, and also the one to you, Satish Reddy sir in particularly. This is the one relating to the one Operation Sindoor and post-Operation Sindoor. Is a politically related one. Can I ask the one question to you or not?
Politically related, please don't ask. You ask us technology related things, we'll answer.
Thank you.
Madam.
Yeah, very good afternoons. So I have just one simple question is, I represent TiE women and at India as well as the global level. And for the women entrepreneurs, I do understand that there is a kind of GOI or whatever, where some amount of procurement by the defense will be done from women entrepreneurs. So I would like to understand what are those, so that we can encourage our women entrepreneurs in that regard. So thank you so much.
Commodore Madhav would like to answer that.
Yes.
Yeah, since I represent the government company and we are very particular in following the directives of the government, apart from the ensuring that we do the business in the right way. As far as women entrepreneurs, the government said at least 3% of our procurement should happen from women entrepreneurs. And it is a sad state that we have not been able to meet this criteria many times. So I was just discussing with some of your colleagues a little while ago. It is more, I think, about engaging with each other, knowing more about each other, and how to approach each other, like what some time back was discussed. I'm sure there are very good companies run by women entrepreneurs, and we are very keen to work with them. Therefore, there is a policy, there is an encouraging government which wants more and more women entrepreneurs to participate in the defense industry. You're welcome. And I've shared my card with some of the people. We look forward to getting more interaction from you.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. My name is Balaram Varanasi. My question is for Satish Reddy Garu. Like, I am aware that DRDO has very good relationship with the Computer Society of India. My question is, American Department of Defense, from that internet has come, and like all business application and all. Okay, like that, I really commendable. Like all Sindoor, precision, everything and all. Okay. The same integrity definition standards that is essential for if all the missiles struck the targets, it is essential for the integrity of liberalized global economy as well. The Washington Accord partnerships, Department of Defense partnership with Texas A&M, that model, maybe our IITs and all, that is for production of missiles we are partnering. We need to partner with, take advantage of Washington Accord. We could create the per capita income improvement program. My question, sir, per capita income improvement statement, essential for peaceful prosperity generation for the careers of the youth. It is the same standards, integrated definition standards are essential. We could have delivered it. Government is not asking. A percentage of the defense budget should be for peace initiative, just as the American government is doing. That benchmark is missing. I would like to connect with you regarding that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll take the input and see. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Deepa. I come with R&D and manufacturing experience, but not in this vertical. So, a question to the panel is: as a new entrant, we've heard that the barriers of entry are high, and it is a long run to be successful in this vertical. So, is there any guidance on complementary products? I think it's kind of related. Complementary products or industries that one can enter through and sustain for the long run. I hope my question is clear. Especially for women entrepreneurs, I guess this kind of will help.
So, with respect to, I would try to answer you in two portions. Ma'am, if you look at an industry, whether it is defense industry or any other industry, we are a manufacturing sector, largely on the industry side. Every industry which is in the manufacturing side has various things required. So if you look at real sustenance, I was speaking to somebody about SAP. We are now, the Government of India and the Ministry of Defense has moved to Zoho for the mail. We are looking for more Atmanirbharta in these kind of products that you are making. We are keen to absorb them, and these will give us long-term association and partnership. There are enough services that every industry requires. So we as defense industry also require a lot of things that are required by, this is one model. The other part, like sir mentioned about the AI and data analysis, which is going all over, is definitely going to be consistently required by the defense industry. Though I would like to say here, when I did my studies in MTech in 90s, I did a program. I did a project in artificial intelligence and neural networks. So the defense is very much into it, like what he talked about, the internet coming from the research and development of the defense. But what has come in the industry today, the packages on AI, etc., are so much available that you can easily plug in, make things happen faster. So the application of decision support systems is always there. in the defense. The knowledge and the entrepreneurship that you have in these sectors will help. We are looking at sensors, whether it is IR sensors or there are other sensors which form part of the seekers, etc., are an area where we are looking at more people to work on. There are something on the new missiles which we are working on is the long range missiles, where there is the small turbo engines are going to be the engines for these missiles, as well as the certain drones and loitering munitions, etc. These are some of the areas that are coming up where, if you are interested in working it, I'm sure you will have a sustained relationship with the defense industry.
Thank you. I really wanted to mention here, coming to the women entrepreneurs, there are general incentives which are given by the government of India for the women entrepreneurs. Otherwise, as women entrepreneurs, when they enter into the defense, there are no other special privileges. There are many incentives. Let's say there are 4 men-based organizations and 2 women-based organizations compete for a tender. They are equal. There is nothing. But whereas, as an organization, as an industry, when you have an industry coming up, there are many Government of India schemes which are supporting women entrepreneurs. That is the same common for every ministry also as of today. This is generally anything else you have, you sit with me separately, I'll tell you. She is a Usmania University product engineer here. Okay, right. Good. Next.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Only one short question here.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is Ekta. We run a chain of co-working spaces, Co-Karma in Hyderabad, and we deal with a lot of startups. So I would like to know from you, have you come across any startups in the defense sector, and have they helped us in the Indian Defense Department?
Maybe.
To answer your question is a very emphatic yes. A large number of startups have made a headway. Not only they have made headway with their technologies and products, they have also reaped the benefit of development. Their market caps have really shot up. So they have also been able to get the dividend both on financial side and on technical side.
This gentleman here.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, panelists, everyone. So I have a question. In defense industries, they get technology advancements every day than the market, right? So about the additive manufacturing industry, how is it useful for the defense industry, and what scope does it have in future?
Additive manufacturing has got intense applications in defense. There are many critical parts which are actually unable to do in the normal process of regular machining process. The additive manufacturing is the only one which can provide. Like example, take critical parts in an engine.
Yes.
They are all very extremely difficult. Some of the parts which go into the aircraft, some of the parts which go into the missile are difficult. So this is where we are also encouraging a lot of people in the private industry to come up with additive manufacturing over and above the within the house industries to come up. So additive manufacturing has got a major role to play in the industry to come up in the future, not only for domestic, even for exports, as a supply chain in the globally supply chain also.
Yes.
If anybody is interested, should go ahead with the additive manufacturing units to come up, metal additive manufacturing units to come up, including the powders. Somebody makes the powders also, they will have a good industry.
Yes.
And they will have a good market.
Yes, we have indigenous companies like Matronamic.
Yeah, please.
So, and one more continuous question about that, sir. So, as a startup who is focusing on the additive manufacturing and low volume production, so what is the path I should choose, and what type of products I have to be focused to get into the defense in the initial stage?
Basically, additive manufacturing, there are a lot of parts of a particular system or mega system it has to be.
Yes.
So you have to get in touch with the laboratories, get in touch with the industries, and see what are the parts and how you will be able to make faster delivery, quicker delivery at a lower cost and all that. And so you have to go and touch upon the people and try to see what are those units. It is difficult in a forum like this here to say what are those items, very difficult to say here.
answer.
Sir, I think I'll just help it. Ready, sir? One point, sir. Here. Some gentlemen, I think Sir mentioned, probably you didn't get it. Go to Aircraft Engine Division, GTRE, that is a DRDO organization, ISRO, 70-acre facility. You will directly get an inquiry.
So one last question. I was told, while we have the after Sindhu, I think the patriotism has gone up 10x now, but we don't see much of encouragement for the youngsters to join defense forces or defense labs, right? IITs, IIMs, or whoever it may be. Is there any initiatives taken by the government to encourage more youth joining voluntarily than by force into the defense organizations? Maybe by increasing the pay scales, by giving them incentives, giving them shares.
Actually,
and things like
in the defense services, there is no forced entry. It is only voluntary so far in India. And coming to the market itself, like what you say, everything is market driven. There is so much business that there is so much encouragement for people to join the industry. In the last 3 years, we have taken more than 500 people in our company. So I'm sure with so many entrepreneurs coming up, it's all a matter of having more jobs in the defense industry. And like the canvas has explained, that it is 1.75 lakh crores of manufacturing that is going to be there in the defense industry. Now, this is itself encouraging. The special things is that the defense expos and the kind of, I think on a average every month, we are exhibiting our products in various parts of the country. And there's a lot of keen interest from very academic institutions also. We have had DRDO itself doing a major event with the college students here about a couple of months back. We had, I think, more than lakhs of students participating. That is how we're trying to, that is much before even Sindhu. So there are constant activities, and we also have dedicated things of opening up our industry for college students to come and see what we make.
Okay. Madam.
Sir, one.
Hi, my name is Srilekha Kalvakunta. I'm the author of Thought Process. So I just want to understand that does a thought-driven leadership or anything that's related to thoughts has connectivity with the defense industry? In terms of new innovation or artificial intelligence or the neuro-linguistic programming which you have mentioned, because we see this kind of relativity and connectivity happening with the defense industry in terms of issues related to various aspects almost in our day-to-day lives. That is what is the observation. So I just want to understand that does thought driven leadership or thought process or new thinking in a unique way has got anything to do with
The answer is yes. There are lots of mechanisms.
Sir, I just want to say something, guys. We are running a little late. I request the panel to take this last question, and rest of the questions will be offside.
And other gentleman question, we will handle it separately, not through the podium.
May not be exactly, but more or less.
Whatever you said, there is a lot of opportunities for such thoughts and thought processes, new thoughts, new ideas, which are both for civilian and defense-related applications coming up. In fact, many AI companies which have come up in a civilian domain, they came out with thoughts. Those thoughts become very, very relevant for the defense and entered into the defense in a big way. There are a couple of AI companies in Hyderabad itself, at least 5 to 10 of them, who have come up as civilian AI applications industry and converted themselves to here. In fact, these challenges, whatever we do, some of those challenges like HITEX and TDF and all that in the Ministry of Defense, there are where your own ideas also you can project and give it to them as thought processes. They will be evaluated. They find really useful for the defense applications. They in fact fund them. The funding up to is 10 crores, 20 crores, 50 crores rupees of funding also happens to these ideas. But the idea should be really innovative and applicable to the defense. Then it can be developed. So the idea generation is very much open in defense, and more actually is encouraged in that direction in a much big way. Because in a war, in any warfare, who has technologically or idea-wise a better system strategically, he wins the war. So always better ideas should be coming first. Okay. So we'll as
Thank
we are
you.
running out our time right now, so we'll stop here. Thank you very much for being a great audience, and thank my panelists for giving such
Can I have a
wonderful
last
messages,
question, sir?
information. Thank
Dr.
you.
Reddy garu,
Thank you
can
very
I have
much.
a last question.
These are the best of times and the most confusing of times in terms of AI, right? Today we are all talking about AI, and every day there is some new news coming about AI. But it's a very difficult journey, if you will, which is how to AI-fy an organization, how to build an AI-first company, how to AI-fy a country, right? And that is the struggle that we are all dealing with. So today I'll talk about three big themes, and hopefully some of them will resonate with you. The first is I want to talk about AI not as an afterthought of an existing system, but what does AI first mean? So we'll talk about that. Second, we have all seen AI strategy papers, right? India has a strategy paper, every company has a strategy paper on AI, but a strategy paper is not translating into an AI platform. So what does that journey look like? And the third thing I'll talk about is, a collection of use cases does not give you an operating system for something. So let me give you an example. If you think about the way electricity works today, imagine if we had built use cases for electricity only. If we had built a bulb or a switch or a socket or a wire, would we ever have electricity? And that is the question we have to think about, which is electrification of a country is like the AIification of a country, and we need to think both bottom up and top down to get there, right? So we'll talk about some of these themes. Now, these are my last four. I believe these are the last four digital platforms the world is going to build. The first one is the life operating system. This is like the super app for everyone, right? And we'll talk about that. The second is the work operating system. Now think about how our farmers, our teachers, our lawyers, all these people are working today. They're all using a collection of generic products to lead their daily life, right? So if you think about, we all use calendar and email and WhatsApp groups and ChatGPT and Excel spreadsheet, but nobody has built a very streamlined product just for lawyers, just for farmers, just for teachers, just for principals. So that is what I call the work operating system, and the super app for work, one for every profession. That is a very big idea. If you are an entrepreneur looking for big ideas, these are the four big ideas. The next is what I call a domain operating system, and we'll spend some time on that. And I'll tell you why this is an important area. And finally, I'll talk about AI operating system, which is more like an integration of producers of AI with the consumers of AI, right? So the theme in all four is integration, right? So let's talk about the life operating system. And this is not something that is coming in the future. This is already here. If you look at all these things, right? Tata Neo, Alexa Plus, our version of WhatsApp, Grab, Atlas, Comet, they seem like they are either browsers or chat windows or apps, but they are all heading towards something called a super app. So super app is the final frontier in a B2C product. Whoever is going to build that first is going to be the next Google of the world. And Elon Musk recently announced he wants to build an everything app. So now Elon Musk has announced, so you can see where this world is going. So what is the super app, if you will? Is, it does everything for everyone in all languages, in all modalities, in a single place, right? So today, if you think about how many apps you have in your phone, you have some apps for food, some apps for media, some apps for travel, some apps for booking tickets. And it's a very broken ecosystem. It's not integrated for you. And the world is now ready for integration, right? So we know how to do commute well. We know how to do food delivery well. We know how to do YouTube and Netflix well. But we are doing them separately. Now the time has come to integrate. So we obviously need bottom-up startups to keep doing individual things, but we also need top-down startups to start thinking about integrating life experiences of people into a super app. Now, what does that look like? So imagine you're in office and you say, hey, I want to go home. Today, what do? You open 3 apps, Rapido, Ola, Uber. You check prices, you look at things, ETA versus price, and you make a decision. But imagine you just have to say, I want to go home, or the app can suggest that, hey, you should go home, and you say 30 minutes, and everything should just happen, right? It realizes that it's a commute agent, and it has to know all your needs, all your parameters, where do you live, what kind of cabs you like. It should send that information automatically to all the partner ecosystem and get their input and connect the dots and book the final ride, right? You should not have to deal with the chores of booking an app or ordering a pizza or booking an airline and go through all these hundreds of apps that we are talking about, right? So there is a meta workflow which is true for all these things, right? You have to trigger a workflow. You have to enrich the workflow with additional information. You have to explore options. You have to optimize the best option for this user and this context. You have to execute, and then you have to learn from feedback, right? So how do we think of this meta workflow? And I'll come back to this again towards the end of the slide. Another example I want to give you, Super App is not just a collection of all apps in one place. It's not a UI game that everything is together. It's a lot more than that. And this is a real life experience which triggered me 5-10 years ago about thinking about super apps. So imagine you are interested in a certain artist on YouTube, right? So now YouTube knows that this person, Shailesh Kumar, is following this artist, and Book My Show knows that this person is performing in my city. And today what is happening? YouTube and Book My Show don't talk to each other. They are sitting next to each other on your phone, but they don't talk to each other. So there is no integration happening. Right? And I would miss that show, although YouTube knows everything about my liking for this artist. This is what a real super app is. It's an integration of multiple domains together. Another example, if you order pizza today on Swiggy, Zomato, it doesn't really connect to your health apps and say, what is your cholesterol? But now imagine a super app can say, hey, you are saying, hey, I'm hungry, get me my favorite pizza. And first it consults your health ecosystem and says, no, you can't have pizza, you should have salad today, right? And this cross integration is what a real super app can do. And if we start thinking about integration mindset, these are the examples. Another example could be, now think about integration between people. So after this conversation, what do? We spend 1 hour negotiating which movie, what time, which theater. And now imagine if our super apps start to talk to each other and say, what are your preferences, what kind of movies you like, where do you live and work, what is your calendar and all that. And it does the negotiation and figure out what is the best alternative. And by the time you hang up your phone, it has already booked your tickets and your cabs. That is the new possibility. So the point I'm trying to make is the future of technology is integration now, not building another, Ola company or another, Swiggy company, but how do you integrate all of them into a single super app? So this is one theme that I wanted to talk about. The second theme is, so that is on the B2C side, right? This is the last product in the B2C side, whoever will build that. The last product in the B2B side, if you will, is what I call a domain operating system. So if you think about how products have evolved, right? We started with physical products that have very limited intelligence, programmed intelligence. Then last 20 years, we invented search engines and recommendation engines, which learned over time by our feedback, right? So that is what we call crowdsourced intelligence. And where we are going next is what I call emergent intelligence. So think of a whole city as a product. Think of Amazon as a product. Think of, retail or telecom network as a product. And these are the products of the future. And what role can we do? Today we are building point solutions for complex systems. So somebody is building one missile or one part of a missile for a complex system is one kind of a bottom-up company. But somebody who is integrating all these existing things together, sort of building a grid for the electricity, is a different kind of a game we can play. So what is a complex system? These are all complex systems, right? And when we think about Building complex systems, we are not ready. Our IT thinking is not ready. Our AI thinking is not ready to say, how do we build an operating system for agriculture? What does it even mean? How do we think about an operating system for healthcare? So we know what is an operating system for a device or a cloud, but these are also very complex systems, and they deserve that kind of a thought process, which is, what does it mean to build an operating system for this? Today they are all broken, right? Somebody is doing this, somebody is doing that. Today there are thousands of startups in each domain doing their own little things, like building a bulb and a socket and a wire and a thing, but nobody is coming together. And that is what will take us forward, coming together of all the startups in a coherent manner, and that is when we'll reach the electricity level maturity in our world. Now, to build a complex system, you need to think about systems and workflows, right? So these are the systems typically in any domain, right? If you think about the data coming in, what are the different types of data coming in? What are you storing? What are your AI models you are going to need? What are your system of interactions with people, right? Building a farmer app or a app or a drone based camera. These are all system of operations and system of integration. So how do we think about systems that bring a complex system together, right? Like in an airline industry, the systems are, how do you fuel an aircraft? How do you train a pilot? How do you do airport security? All these systems have to come together to create an airline ecosystem. So what does that system thinking mean in domain after domain after domain is something we want to think about. A few months ago, I was with the Western Command who did the Operation Sindoor, and we were talking about what are the systems in the military domain. It's a very, very complex system. What we saw today was manufacturing for military, but the operations of military is even more complex, right? So unless it is all integrated, left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Another way of looking at any complex system is workflows. So what is the workflow in an airline industry, if you will, is a passenger. A passenger uses all the different systems to get the journey done, right? And that is a workflow mindset. So what I've done is, now we have a framework where we can break down any domain into the systems and workflows, and we can integrate all of this together to create an operating system for that domain. So my call to entrepreneurs is, yes, you can keep thinking about improving a point solution forever, but now we can also start thinking about integrating and building domain operating systems as the new thing. Right? Sorry, this is not coming up correctly. So now imagine that, in the security world, for example, you have cameras, you have videos, actions can be detected, and now harmful and normal actions can be detected, and alarms can be raised, right? Why is this not happening? Why is still crime against women happening all the time in spite of all the cameras? The reason is we never thought about integration. We thought about camera as a separate company, face detection as a separate company, action detection as a separate company. Nobody is integrating them. And we are keep funding bottom-up companies after companies, but nobody is building a grid that says, we can do face detection, alert authorities and all that. So one of the mindsets we want to bring is, how do you think about automation as a mindset? Sorry about the slides, I think they did come out. What is the critical problem in education, for example? Again, the big problem is we are teaching in a very factory way, right? We are mass producing test takers. But what is the fundamental principle of education? We should be thinking about mastery learning, right? Is a student ready to learn a concept? If he is, then we teach him the right content, with the right content, the right concept. We do the right assessment. We must let them master the concept at their pace, and then they have to teach it to 3 other kids, and then they can move. So this is a journey mindset. This is another kind of workflow where state of things are changing, right? And how do you think about state of a student, state of a employee in HR world, state of a customer, and how do you think in a stateful intelligence manner? Another example in the agriculture domain, again, sorry about this animation should have come. But now imagine, today we in Reliance Foundation and many other foundations, we get 1 lakh calls per day from our farmers in different languages about different crops, different issues. And we cannot handle more than 800 calls. So it's a big problem in agriculture, for example. Now, how would we go about building it? Again, we think in terms of a workflow, right? We say farmer has called. What should we do first? Understand speech to text, text to intent. build a knowledge graph of agriculture, make sure all the sensors are connected, and then we are able to deliver personalized and contextualized content, answers, and actions to our farmers, right? So how do you think like a workflow person and all that? So next slide. Next slide. Hello. Next slide. Yeah. So now, if I think about this, right, then the idea is this is our workflow mindset, that in a way we are not building a model AI, we are building the entire workflow. This is the new way to think about a world. We should not become AI-centric thinkers. We should become workflow-centric thinkers and look at where AI is. AI is part of any workflow. This is what we call a AI-first mindset, right? So, for example, the system of interaction. How is the human interacting with this? Is the speech-based interaction. That's why there are many projects going on in the country on languages, 22 languages of India. What are the system of records? We think about every farmer profile is stored every day, every farm, we know what's going on, and the entire agriculture knowledge base. What is the system of intelligence here? Is the speech models and intent models and agriculture AI expert. And what are the system of sensors? Are all the sensors necessary for agriculture? And the system of operations is what we did. So you understand that a workflow is made up of things from different systems, and this is how we will create workflows after workflows in every domain and integrate all the great work that each of the companies is doing, right? Another example, if you think about, for example, a farmer takes a picture of the crop. One AI startup says what is the crop stage. Another AI startup says what is the stress level. Another AI startup says I want to do irrigation advisory. Another AI startup says I want to control the tube wells. And another AI startup says I want to build fertilizer advisory and so on, and pesticide advisory. So the problem is not that we don't have all the orange boxes. We have all the orange boxes, but we have not integrated them. And if we could integrate them, we have reimagined how agriculture should happen. Because now the farmer doesn't even have to take a picture. There are 3 drones in every village. They're taking the picture, they're sending information, and AI is telling the other drones what to do, right? So the labor shortage, all that goes away, productivity goes up, right? So what I'm trying to say is we have the building blocks among different startups doing different things. We don't have the grid in which everything can be put together. So that's what I believe the next 10 years will be. We'll think about integration and not just think about accuracy. Another example of this is healthcare, right? So today, most of India does not have good healthcare doctors, right? We live in a very good city. We can have second opinion, third opinion, but tier 3 India doesn't have enough doctors. So now imagine we have built a preclinical diagnosis system, and preclinical diagnosis is one set of startups. That alone is not enough. And there's a doctor oversight. Now imagine if there is an emergency, we have to integrate a diagnosis system with the emergency system of the local area. We have to integrate it with the investigation and labs. We have to integrate with the appointments and in-person and medicine systems, right? So you see, again, the theme is we have built the building blocks in all domains, healthcare, education, agriculture, but we are now ready to integrate all them into a operating system. And the reason we are not able to integrate is lack of standards, right? If you think about 4G, 5G, why does it work? We have standardized, so anybody can build those. So interoperability is the real problem to be solved. Intelligence is already a solved problem in most domains, yeah? Healthcare, imagine again initial symptoms you have an AI that gives you the preclinical diagnosis, top 5 diseases, and doctor looks at that. Then, AI suggests what are the investigation. You upload the results, AI looks at the results, gives you the final diagnosis, doctors looks at that. AI generates a prescription, doctors looks at that, and then you get feedback, right? This is also a workflow thinking. Now, this is different than before because behind every orange box, an AI box, there is a green box, which is a human doctor box. And this is what we call augmented intelligence. How do we bring experts and AI together so we work together as a team instead of one fearing the other, right? And the idea here is that the role of the human in the next 20 years is going to shift from a creator to a curator. A human doctor will never do the first diagnosis, AI will do. A human pathologist will not look at the blood reports, and AI will do. And all that, they will look at it from a curation perspective, make sure everything is right. So that is the new world. This is true for doctors, pathologists, software engineers, music directors, actors. Everybody is going to go through this kind of a transition as we go along, right? So keep this in mind that we are building a curator economy now. Creator economy is handed over to AI, right? Final slide, I'll talk about ecosystem thinking. Now, if I think about retail as a complex system, some of you may be working in building a great recommendation engine or a demand forecasting engine or a supply optimization engine. But if I think about an operating system of retail and list down what are the top 5 workflows in retail, right? How do you collect orders? How do you build demand forecasting models? How do you deliver products? How do you build profile from the same order? And how do you do supply optimization? Now, this is the new skill that we are teaching in ISP and the new world, where people who understand digital technologies, data, AI, and compute, and people who understand domain like retail have to come together to create diagrams like this, domain after domain after domain, right? So now this can be done in all domains. Whatever is your favorite domain, we need to be able to think and say, look, system of operations is there, system of intelligence is there, system of records is there. Today we think of them as separate. I want to buy this database stack. I want to buy this AI stack. I want to buy, this delivery company. We are broken in our thinking, and that's why we are creating, broken systems in the back and all that. Now, and this is the new mindset I want to develop in our next generation entrepreneurs, technical students, and business students that think about operating systems in any domain and think about how will you create them, and you cannot do it in your own silos, right? Obviously, all this leads to, LLM and agentic can do it. So, why LLM and agentic will not be able to do it, and why we are wasting time. They are not ready. Recently, we saw an interview by Karapati who said, this is not a decade, this is not a year of agent, this is a decade of agent. So we are still a decade away from agents becoming commonplace. So these are my thoughts on why agentic is not ready to do all this yet. One is, a lot of times agentic is very useful to discover a new workflow or a new thing, right? A new process, do reasoning over 5 things. But 99% of the workflows in most domains are already known. We don't have to discover them again and again every time somebody does a prompt. So therefore, we don't need to take an expensive route of agentic. We can actually build these in a different way, right? Traditional IT. Second, we don't want probabilistic workflows. We want deterministic workflows. Imagine if an Ola car has to come, that car has to come. It is not something probabilistic, right? Agents are still very probabilistic. They propagate the error from one node to the other. So agents are not ready until they become deterministic in nature. Third is, I think a lot of systems are built not for human productivity in the future, but they will be built for automation. Right, so we are heading towards automation, the way we have achieved automation in the world of electricity, for example. So the idea is, imagine that we do Ola like this, that somebody does a prompt and says allocate cabs to people, or somebody does a prompt and say, change electricity in this place. This is not how real world systems work. There is no human in the loop. In majority of the cases, we don't run complex systems with humans in the loop, right? So therefore, we don't need LLMs and natural language. We need events that can talk to other events and functions directly, right? So, and finally, the cost is still very prohibitive. There are estimates that said today we have spent $500 billion in AI companies and made only $35 billion. And this gap is going to continue to grow. By 2030, this will be $800 billion of gap between what the cost of AI is and what the benefit is. So I think the current way we are doing AI, getting FOMO'd by the Western ideas, is too expensive, right? And we need to rethink, sit down together, think about domains, think about our digital technologies, and how do we create operating systems out of that. Yeah. Thank you for your time, and that's all.
So, guys, I think we'll start the session. First, a very warm welcome to everybody here, and especially to the panelists for taking some time out in this on the Saturday. So, coming to setting the context on the topic family office, startups, capital, and beyond, let me break it into a very simple term and make the context clear. What is capital and beyond and family office and startups? Startups needs no introduction. I think this word is pretty much well known across. Family offices, many know, but I'll quickly take a few seconds to give you a description of it. Any family which is coming into liquidity or has liquidity and sets up a professional team to manage its investments across asset classes, be it equity, debt, startups, IPO, pre-IPO, real estate, so on and so forth. Once that team is set up, that team, that structure is called family office. So predominantly investment, professionally managed team set up specifically for the purpose of family. I think with that definition, let me also set the context of what has family offices to do with startups. Obviously, we have heard about a lot of venture capital funds, startup funds, when we talk about startups. So what is this context? So traditionally, family offices have been the custodians of the assets of the family. They have known to tread with caution because their goal has been to preserve the family offices. But 10 years back, the narratives changed globally and India caught up to it. And now the family offices are getting into the startup space, investing with commitment and with capital. And that is where we have this tremendous panelist. I'll quickly have one more round, and it's a very unique shades of panelists we have. I'll start with Monish on the other side. So Monish basically comes from a generational family office space, which is a second generation entrepreneur looking into setting up the processes and families. Very interesting to have his perspective. Aditya, somebody who has built up businesses, sold off businesses, run the startup cycle completely, and now is completely helping through VC Mint in Hyderabad, setting up the ecosystems of family office startups in Hyderabad. We have Rohit. Rohit is somebody who's involved into businesses, yet keenly taking time out to invest and kind of mentor in the startup space. And that is a unique perspective we get from him, somebody who's doing business and also helping startups. And we have Sridhar, who has been investing from a very long time, almost a decade plus. Again, managing his own business. He brings a very unique flavor of doing strategic investments and also startup investments. So I think we will have a very good round of discussion covering various shades, facets of family offices and the investments. So I'll start with the first question. I'll keep it open for all, and I would like to start in whatever preferably a chronological order from there. How are you seeing, each one of you seeing the relationship between startup and family offices in terms of quality, deal size? How are you seeing the relationship changing over a period of time? Coming with the perspective that Sridhar is from 10 years investing, Aditya from 10 years investing, Rohit almost from 7 years, and Monish almost from 5 years. How are you seeing this changes and the new relationship?
So firstly, thank you so much. Really honored to be a part of this panel. When I first started the idea of creating this family office, I realized that 95% of our net worth is stuck in our core family business, and the idea was to start diversifying. And I believe that startups, though the risk is higher, the rewards, if you hit a jackpot, could be absolutely massive. I think the most important thing here is also definitely the number of family offices in India are also growing right now. They've grown 5x or 6x in the last 7-8 years. And as long as you have a right allocation of risk capital within these startups, I think they could really, really boost the entire AUM of the family office.
Thank you for having me on the panel, guys. So for us, built businesses over the last 15 years, and 2 years ago, we sold our business to private equity. And as Prashant mentioned, that is when it was an event of liquidity for us. Basically, we got a large pool of capital. And the first thing that a lot of people in the family said, and I'm not talking in the context of family office, but just everybody around said that you need to be very careful how you invest this money, right? Which meant that the whole pool of capital started to look very defensive and very timid. Oh, I need to find a way to preserve this capital, right? I need to be able to hand it to the next generation. But then I went back to look at my journey, and I said, okay, I've been a startup entrepreneur all along, and there is a certain kind of vibrancy to early stage capital. So in some ways, we looked at our entire pool of capital and said, we are going to be allocating a certain portion of capital, in our case 10 or 15%, towards early stage companies. And the mindset that we will have on the 85% of the capital and the mindset that we will have on the 15% of the capital will be very different, right? On the 15% of the capital, we will act like an early stage fund, very similar to how, a VC fund would act. And on the 85% of the capital, we will act like how a family office needs to act, right? So we've been able to build teams that have these differential mindsets. And as a result of that, we invest 100 to 200K in early stage companies, but we do that exactly the way that I, as a founder or an entrepreneur, would have liked to be done sitting on the other side of the table.
All right. So thank you everyone for having me here. I think I probably will bring the two different perspectives here. One, as a founder myself, we've had some unique cases where we've raised money from family offices, and I'm happy to talk about in what context those are. The other part of it is, I think, as Prashant put it, I'm not in the space of creating a family office where there is a wealth management portfolio. Most of my investments are more towards either areas that I understand better or I want to know better and I think will work in the world. So my perspective on angel investment, and if maybe I can call that a not family office, is more around very specific, unique cases which I can be relevant for, and it'll help me. On the other front, I think as a startup founder, and I can give you an anecdote, right? When we first, we launched in 2015, when we first went into Southeast Asia in 2019, to understand the individual regions, right? We were in Philippines, we were in Indonesia, we were in Thailand. The best way to do that was through a family office. We were having a normal fundraising round and we did a small fundraise from a family office because we felt that somebody doing business in this country is very relevant. They are not funds and all of that, but we wanted to learn the lay of the land on how to do business in that country. And in that context, family office was very, very helpful. And I think in those contexts, I have benefited immensely from family offices. So I definitely think that's an area where even in India, if it grows, will help startup founders, because there will be contexts of whether an industry or a region, etc., that somebody can bring in.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a technologist by education experience, and I'm making investments for last 15 years. You call it family office, or you call it as a private investment by individual as an institution. How I have seen it's evolved. I mean, initially, when you say investment, it's a real estate or equity, or pre-IPO markets. That's how it started. Then organizations started investing into companies which are more strategic to them. What I have seen is, especially last 5 years, next generation, if somebody is running a large organization, next generation is coming to India. Somebody might have worked for as an investment banker or a private equity, coming and starting a professional family office, which are structured very well. And coming back today, and what I see and what I feel today is the gap between the industry and the technology is merging, right? So every industry is becoming a technology company. Every technology has company has to have a deep understanding of the industry. So I'm seeing that any industry which is growing, for them to be relevant, they have to be closer to this innovation. Just to be closer to the industry, they are investing into companies and they're giving them opportunity to do the pilots. So it's becoming much closer between the industry and the startup ecosystem.
So thanks. I thank you everybody for this. So I'll come quickly to my second, question with you guys is that now understanding that there's a different shade sitting in, you have at various times either taken money or invested money as a individual investor, as a family office. What do you think is that this set of investor brings beyond check to the startups that the traditional funds do not? Is there something? Are we competing always? Are we complementing always? Or what is that X we are bringing on table for them? I think that would be nice to hear. How are you seeing things from that angle?
I mean, definitely, while venture capitalists bring lots of value, even family office or you call it any institution investing into companies, we also bring huge amount of extra benefit. I mean, we are not bounded by 5 years of fund time and has to be exit in 7 years of time. If the company is doing very well, and it can continue much longer. Second thing, many times in our example, so we have built a platform to operate large infrastructure. So many times we have many ecosystem partners which can be integrated into the platform and take it to the market. So that way, for go-to-market and giving access to the customers also would be a huge support for them. And I think one important thing what I feel is many people with a good profile, but who can open the Rolodex. I mean, they are the right investors, I feel.
Also, just to add to what Sridhar has mentioned, family offices are more patient capital, and following on that, it's not like many VCs come with a preconceived notion that this is under this valuation we don't want to enter. Whereas family offices can be a little more flexible, they can deploy their funds, wait a little longer. And another important point is family offices also bring a lot of relationship capital. There's a deep sense of connections within the industry with other partners where we can quickly see whether there's a product market fit or not for that particular startup. So I would say coming from the family office, it's not only that an investor is meeting the founder, it's more like the capital and the connections are meeting the passion and innovation of the founder and then growing together.
Specifically in my case, I think one has been obviously the patient capital, but the other has been the need to have founders on the cap table. One of the things that when we sort of launched VC Mint a few months ago was we said, we bring that founder-led capital to the table. And that seems to resonate with a lot of folks because we've seen over the last 10 years, VC funds come in, analysts sit in all these discussions, but you're wondering, are they bringing anything more than capital? To then have founders sit on the cap table seems to have a lot of latent demand for it, which I think is what some version of family offices do bring as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think similar to what Sridhar, Aditya and Monish have said, I think one on where can they add value, right? Can they help me hire people or can they get me to a GTM because of Rolodex is one part of it. And if they are able to do that beyond a VC is definitely the reason to invest. I think the other part of it is, like Aditya said, most VCs are run by operators and fund managers, right? They need to return a certain capital by a certain point of time. What an entrepreneur goes through, most likely, and I'm assuming most family offices are also business families, also understand much better in terms of what's the constraint, what's the speed, etc. So I think the ownership of directly it being their money and knowing how businesses run probably is a value addition beyond an operator just managing somebody else's money.
Got this. So I think I have a question for Aditya. Aditya, family office are fighting now with the startup funds for the same pool of capital. Are we always fighting, or are we complementing? How are you seeing things?
I was speaking to somebody yesterday, and they said there's a lot of these idea stage funds, people that put in 25 lakhs, 50 lakhs. And then you have VC funds that come in at about $1 million. I think we're still sort of as an ecosystem struggling for that piece in between. So if as a family office that is investing in startups, if you're able to position yourself nicely, right, this 100 to 300K kind of band, it actually seems to be totally white space. And what this allows you to do is today, if some company reaches out to me and they're very early, I'm happy to refer them to the idea stage funds, right? Or if they're raising significantly larger capital, then I basically tell them, hey, I'm committing my capital, but then I'll also introduce you to these 3 other VC funds that you can go speak to, right? So in some ways, it's a very cohesive ecosystem, right? And a lot of times VCs share deals, and so it is complementary.
How about you, Manish? What do you think?
I think, speaking personally from our family office standpoint, since my family manages and operates the Delhi public schools here in India, we typically, I think from that founder mentality, we focus a little bit more on the HITEX startups itself. So in that particular space, I see a lot of companies which are right now supporting, collaborating each other. Also, a lot of companies are not, they're growing in revenue month over month, but they're not able to hit that specific valuation. And we ourselves have seen that out of the 28 investments we've made, we've taken 5 exits and 2 partial successful exits. But from an edtech standpoint, we're still not seeing that upswing. So typically, I do see that there's still a lot of collaboration between different VCs, between different angel communities, where they can support each other and grow together.
So this is to Rohit and Sridhar. Since you are running your successful businesses and also doing a lot of investments, are the funds in India bringing to you some strategic deals, or are you seeing collaboration there?
Well, definitely. So I'm LP in a couple of funds, as well as we have friends who run venture capitalist firms. If they see a very good company, but they are not VC funding ready, they say that, hey, this company looks good. In 6 months, if they meet the numbers, if they deliver, there is a possibility that we can invest. We get the opportunity to invest, and they have to see in value in us that what Aditya mentioned, you as a founder, whether you can add value to that specific startup. So that way we get many opportunities. And second thing is, when we have done acquisitions, recently we have acquired 2 years back ILFS Technologies. When we did this large acquisition, the fund came to us because they wanted us that we can also operate for them, right? So many strategic ways. There is a funder, founders as well as who are operators, who are investors. There could be a strategic alliance with VCs and PEs.
Yeah, I think it happens a lot, Prashant, like you said, right? I think either when you're an LP in a fund and they're bringing for follow-on funding or co-investing. The other way is, like, we have about 6 institutional investors investing in Darwinbox. And when they have seen us in operation, these investors, they find that, hey, Rohit could be good at this, Chaitanya could be good at this, Jayant could be good at this. And they bring that individual person and actually make the ask saying, do you want to be a part of this round? And you can help these guys, right? And for whatever extent you have time for. But you've exactly done this, you've solved this problem, you've done this GTM, etc. Why don't you join the cap table? Is something that comes very often from the investors that we have on our board or our cap table who bring deals to us.
So Rohit, coming to you, since you mentioned that you have raised a lot of money from the institutional investors and family office, what does Rohit prefer to? If you are redoing the same journey and you have both a pool of capital available, which would be your preferred pool of capital, a fund or a family office, and why?
See, I think, if I had a choice is a very tough word because I mean contextually it's very different at different points of time, but definitely there are times where you need a fund for brand value, right? So you are a Sequoia funded company or Lightspeed funded company works a lot better in some contexts, right? A phone call from a family office to another founder or their network works very well in some other context, right? Like I said, if you go into a Philippines, it doesn't matter to them whether you're Sequoia or Lightspeed funded. They don't know.
Nice.
Right? Like most of those businesses which are traditional businesses there don't understand that. But let's say the JG Summit Holdings, Lance Gokongwei, who's a family office which invested in Darwinbox, when he picks up the phone and calls two conglomerate heads, they give me a hearing, right? Like they give us a chance to present. I don't think anything that I could have done with an institutional investor could have got me that, right? Because, I mean, at least that region and in that context, conglomerates are fully run by families which are well connected with each other, etc. So again, it's a context thing. It really was helpful when we launched in Southeast Asia, etc. Right? But if I have to now go into the US and say I'll have to solve with one family office, I don't think there is one or two family offices that can cover that market for me. And maybe a VC is a better answer.
Got this. So that gets to the next part, and I would like to understand from each one of you, what is the thesis, what is the investment thesis you currently have, each one of you, in the startup space that you are looking at?
So, I'll first start off. For our family, or I can speak for our family office, and we typically do a 20% allocation to startups. About 30% is into VCs, hedge funds. This also constitutes our public market portfolio plus wealth managers. We've allocated about 50% to doing NCLT deals, pre-IPOs, organizing structured debt, etc. So, as Sridhar was just mentioning, our focus, or my focus as a second generation entrepreneur, along with my wife who's a part of the family office, is to set up strict processes and governance rules. And we believe that investing is a science. So we basically have 20 different business parameters that we check before doing each opportunity, whether it's a startup or not. And we would like to categorize it as our own investment thesis, which is a 5M principle. The first most important is manpower. And how good are the founders? What are their educational qualifications? How good is their management team? The second is methodology or marketing. So what are their unit economics like? We personally would like companies or startups which are doing at least 2 crores of annual revenue rate. What is their lifetime value? What is their customer acquisition costs? Is the person able to understand are the consumers able to understand what exactly the product or service is, how they market it? The next is market access. Is it a local product or is it a global product? Do they need any licenses to go foreign? Fourth is mentorship. Who are their advisors? Who are their mentors? And are they taking good constructive criticism to grow or take the feedback loop from the family offices? The fifth and the most important thing, as everyone would have guessed, is money. How many fundraising rounds have they already finished? Who are their other investors? Do they have a solid path to profitability? And how will they give us an exit strategy? So this is basically the investment thesis that we are following currently.
For me, the early stage investing is actually quite emotional. Why I say emotional and not financial is because I'm hoping that whatever we said, right, that multi-generational custodian, wealth preservation, and all of that is happening on the 85%. I think the 15% is me as a founder having gone through that journey, saying that if there was an investor that really believed in my passion, my vision, will they be able to support me? Right? I'm not saying that it's not financial. This is not charity, right? But at the same time, if I were to put everything in an Excel spreadsheet and take decisions, I think it takes away the X factor of investing in startups. So I've done 40 investments over the last 18 months. We write 2 checks a month, 100 to 200K. Good founder, large TAM, and I get excited by the business that they're running, regardless of what domain it is on. So for me, it's a little bit. I mean, Moni said it is science. For me, it's very, very artsy. Little bit emotional. Having gone through the founder journey.
Right. And for me, I think the stage probably defines it a lot more. I do only early stage, so right, it is probably 80% on the founder and 20% on the TAM category, whatever you might want to call it, or the technology. So predominantly on the founder, who I'm excited about, who I believe can build a large company, is how my decision making is. So I think a combination of execution rigor, ability to articulate, sell is where my space would be, right? And demonstrated parts of that in the past, right? Generally comes through a reference, because either it comes through the funds that have invested in them or some other friends who've done that. So at least comes with a certain level of credibility. So because again, like you called out, right? While running the business, I don't have too much time to do a diligence on a person. So it's starting from a certain level, and beyond that, what I look for, whatever signals are working for me, whether it could be intuition that's working for me on those two abilities, on whether they can execute hard, and second, they can articulate, sell, right? Their vision, I think, is what I look for.
For me, mostly strategic investments. Wherever I understand the business, where I can help either with technology or go to market, with whatever if I can support them and if I can help them and fully understand, that's one. Second, of course, if I believe in the founder, as Rohit mentioned. So when somebody comes with an idea from 1,000 feet level to 100 feet level, lots of things will change. Positioning and all, the real pain point, what he is solving. If the founder is good, he will figure it out. The third is, if somebody whom I know, whom I trust, if they are investing into it, I just put co-investment and don't really bother much.
So I'll give it back to you, Sridhar, quickly. Since you are talking about strategic investment and coming from the tech space, AI era and the changing landscape of startup. Quick one from you. Rather from everyone, I want to understand, what are you seeing around?
I mean, AI is crazy. I mean, maybe $1 trillion worth of investment in last 1 year, and it's only going to grow. You're talking about a couple of $1 billion investment every year, and most of the money is going into 7 top players. So in the era of AI, one, as a company, the world is changing so fast. You build an amazing SaaS product, it can become a feature of OpenAI or Gemini, right? How you differentiate, right? I think you have any privileged data, you have a very specific domain experience. Do you have access to the customers? Do you have the channel, right? That's actually, I think, extremely very, very important. And as an investor, when I wear an investment hat, I always wanted to balance between how much I wanted to invest in. Even let's say as an investor, I think the days are gone that you know certain things and you're going to invest into it, because the world is changing every 3 months, 6 months. Either as in a family office, if you have some knowledge and you are just betting on it, may not work, right? So you should know what AI can do today, what it can do disrupt today, and what is going to happen in 6 months, where it's going to disrupt, and are you betting on the right company? I think we are going at AI speed. As an investor, you have to go at AI speed if you wanted to bet on the right company.
No, I think it's exciting for sure, because to be honest, at some point we were like, oh, our business has also become just a large business which is growing at a certain point, and you needed something like a AI to say, hey, now can this take you to the next level, or right, throw you down. So definitely super excited about the opportunity that AI is creating. I think what my learnings have been, at least in the last 1 year, have been is be very clear about what you can control and what you can't, right? And I think what ChatGPT's roadmap is, how deep technology is going to be, can I build an LLM, all of that I have no control over, right? And I don't think I have the capability or the control over controlling that. what I can do very well is I understand my customer very well. I understand the problems they're trying to solve. I understand HR as a function because we've been building in this space very deeply. There could be multiple other functions which we understand very deeply. How can I use what's getting built to be relevant for that is where I'm spending a lot more time, so that I'm AI aware and trying to use that for whatever is the things that I'm solving for.
In our case, I think I've stayed away from investing um, in AI companies. What I mean by that is companies that say, "Hey, my only claim to fame is that I am AI." Right? So that's when you get disrupted. But what I'm also seeing is AI is going to become a little bit like internet. You're never going to say, "Hey, are you an internet company?" anymore, right? You don't say that anymore. So you're not going to say, "Are you an AI company?" anymore. It really goes back to business fundamentals. What problem are you solving? Who are you solving for? Do you have any unique customer insight? Are you able to effectively leverage AI to make your whatever solution more efficient? So for me, AI is a little bit of a means to an end because I think the foundational pieces, I think it's a much larger game.
Agreed with everyone on the panel. Just one thing I wanted to add is from a family office standpoint, when we're actually going into the investment committee and doing the analysis, we've added one additional parameter where we're checking how uniquely is AI impacting this company. Are they leveraging it to the maximum? Whether that is in terms of customer acquisition or in terms of marketing, or are they hiring some specialists to sort of automate some of the repeat tasks? In terms of AI investment, there is one particular company we backed back in March of 2023. It helps grade students' answer sheets in terms of content, intent, subject, and matter. And they can grade AI handwritten tools. So the most important thing that we look in this company is, are they just a wrapper from any of the available softwares, or are they actually building the proprietary LLM themselves? So when we realized that they are building it and they're bringing the costs down, we made a bet in them, and they've grown massively since that time on.
Got it. So coming to the second part is the number of deals. I just was having a conversation with many family offices, and I understood that everybody like you is operating with a very different theme. So when it comes to founder-led, like you all three are doing here, there's only so much you can contribute as a founder to a particular startup. So is there a limit that this much of companies we will deeply work with, and the balance will be just some meaningful checks? How are you, navigating this space in terms of deal sizes and how you want to work with them?
I'll tell you what I'm seeing in the market. Of course, I'll talk about myself. And I have seen some people who built organizations, exited their businesses, and they have time and they have lots of experience and relationships. So I have seen that they take 4 to 5 companies, become part of the board, very closely work with them to make it successful. They are very, very focused. Somebody like us, unless it's very strategic, the time is not something which we can really give maybe once a month or on a need basis, just help them.
I think in very similar number, we have 39, 40 companies in the portfolio. With about 5 to 7 of them, I'm on a constant WhatsApp with the founders. Anything and everything, I'm available, sounding board for them. Anything beyond that, I think it gets hard. And it's also not that it's going to be the same 5-7 companies. They may need more of my time today, but maybe 6 months later, they would have passed on, and some other companies. But I think 5 to 7 seems to be at least the workload that I've been able to handle.
So at least for me, I'm very clear with them that I probably won't have a lot of time for them.
Right.
So we agree on an upper cap of what we'll do, right? Which is probably meet for an hour every quarter, if needed. If not, it's fine. Right. Send me a message on what's the latest update and how can I help. Right. Very WhatsApp centric this thing. So it's limited to that. So that's why there is no limit on number of companies that I think about, Prashant, but it's the interaction is very limited.
So managing the family office full time. Just one other point I wanted to add from a different perspective is, though we have time to give, it's more about, does the founder really need help at that point? I think we do a lot of analysis. We meet them multiple times before making the investment. But once you've made an investment into a startup, it's like you're strapped on for the roller coaster, right? And then you just have to enjoy the journey. We don't want to aggressively keep meeting them and trying to push our dominance through. But whenever they need help strategically, and if they are open to taking that feedback at that point, I think that is when the maximum value is added.
Yeah. So coming to the next one is about, starting with you, Aditya. Post-deal expectations. What do you have from founders?
I think it's fairly simple. I think he spoke about it. Rohit spoke about it a little bit. After you do the deal, essentially you're sitting on the same side of the table. So one is, I think, just having a good sense of the business, and that's usually a slightly longish WhatsApp update, or it could be like a one-slider, or it could be a short email, and that's usually good enough. And then just being available for the founders. I think that's really how I look at it.
Got it.
So when we first made an investment, obviously the level of passion of the founder is different. First thing we see is the clarity. Do they have the same conviction? Are they still passionate about the same idea? One thing I think we're a little more particular about is communication metrics. At least one MIS, if that can go out monthly, and to see if there's any strategic support that's required. The last one is just the capability and the character of the founder, right? Do they have their heart in the right places? Do they have good leadership integrity? And are they able to communicate their vision to the rest of the team? And also, at the same time, grow effectively. I think these three things are what we look at after. And if there is a roadblock, are they able to pivot? That is, I think, the most important trait that we look for in a founder.
Got it. How about you, Rohit?
No, I think, as I said, the only thing I ask of them is being honest, right? Like, again, I am not their biggest check, definitely in the business, right? So it's not going to meaningfully change their life, or like I'm not going to push them or drag them to sell or anything. So what they can use me for is being honest with and honest to, right? Like, and I think that is what expectation I try and set. Obviously, it probably takes some time to build trust. But the most use my investee companies, if I can call them that, found is getting just an honest perspective on the situation they are in, what can they do, etc.
Got it. Anything from you, Sridhar?
I mean, as a founder, if you are a family office, of course, you have a structured way of reporting, but we don't look for it. But doesn't mean that we don't wanted it, right? So either governance, reporting, financial discipline, promoters' commitment, and more than everything, the culture of the organization says everything. If you just visit them and you see the how the culture of the organization is together, to passion to build the organization, I think that tells everything.
So I think we are very closer to a finish time, and I would like to, so I'll finish it here, and I'll keep it open for any questions by anybody toward these panelists.
So we have a right there. I'm so sorry, but could we get a mic to? There's someone who has a question right there. The panel would like to take a question. Sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are a little bit behind schedule. So, in the interest of time, we can only take maybe one or two questions.
Hello, my name is Dinesh. When it comes to family offices and startups, particularly to family setups, family-owned startups, so there's a lot of micromanagement. How can we overcome that?
I think this notion of or this perception of family offices being very micromanaging, I think is changing very fast. If I understood your question correctly, because
you understood right.
Because in a lot of cases now, the new family offices are people that are coming from having run businesses in the new age and not necessarily in a specific family sort of hierarchy structure. So I would like to believe it's changing very fast.
Okay.
Hi, I have this specifically for Rohit actually. You have very beautifully explained how in the Southeast Asia, especially Philippines and Indonesia, the family offices have worked well for you. Can you also help us with the Indian context? What you see as the panel, what suits best for the founders in India? Where they have both the options, one getting funds from the traditional VC funds and angel funds, also wherein a family office is interested in investing in your business.
See, I think again, if it's a choice that everything else being the same, this thing, then I would look for who's coming on the board and spending time, right? Like, so if the if the partner at the venture capital firm is the somebody you want to spend time with versus if it is the family office, the business owner who's actually themselves spending time, and if you can see the difference of both, then I would prioritize on the individual, assuming everything else is the same. But there is definitely signaling, and I'm not like putting one over the other or not. Each of them have their own signaling in terms of the next financial rounds that you do, in terms of the market that you're in terms of the customer profile, right? Like, if your customers love to hear, hey, this is a Sequoia funded company, or this is backed by this family office, whichever your customers would prefer is what I would go.
Okay. Just a follow-up question for Aditya. I think what we've traditionally seen is angel funds investing very aggressively, and family offices were not very much inclined towards the startup investments. But yes, because these things have been evolving and people from the family office space are also coming towards the startup investment. You said about 15% of that is now being allocated towards this. So do you see can family offices also come into the micro level investments? Let's say ticket size lesser than about $1 million. Currently, you said 100K to 300K from your office naturally goes to the startup space. So can a normal family office also come in this space and invest vis-a-vis the early stage angel funds?
One of the things I've seen a lot of family offices comment on is that if I do 100 to 300K or 200K, I have 40 investments in my portfolio. It's just hard for me to manage, right? So as a result of that, they do larger tickets, come in much later, de-risked, all of that. But that said, if within the family they have the bandwidth to be able to do it, I think you'll see a lot more family offices come in early. And the beauty of that is, like for example, I do the 100 to 200K check, but because I have a larger pool of capital sitting on the other side that is technically needs to be de-risked, I come in later with that pool of capital. Right, so that's the advantage that you have with a family office, like where they come in early stage, but they have the ability to follow on as well.
So, gentlemen, sorry to interject, but we are not able to take any more questions in the interest of time. Mr. Joshi, would you maybe like to wrap up? So, do you want to say a few words?
No, I think thank you everybody for such an interesting session, and I believe I did see some of the hands, and because of time we could not. So in case you can catch them after this, please get your questions answered, and thank you so much. It was a really insightful session. Thank you.
Today's is my most favorite subject. Probably that's the reason why they brought me here, because I've been working in this field for more than 33 decades. I mean, I've been there and seen how to decode these B2G, but now I have experts here who've been working with them. I mean, this session today, I wanted to talk about the most important aspect is how do we navigate this B2G? I mean, for all the benefits of B2G, it is called business to government. Is there any strategy that we're building up? How do you unlock this? And because of time constraints, I'm just getting up to the direct question. I mean, I little go back for the Mahabharata story. In this modern day of Mahabharata, business and governance, what does it take the Arjuna? The Arjuna is the small business guy or MSME guy or accelerator or a startup guy who not only enters the battlefield but finds a clarity, purpose and success within it. Who is that Lord Krishna in this? And the other point, which is your favorite point when I came to ICOLab, what does it take the business to prepare and endure and finally reach the summit, the Everest I'm talking about? It's like a government engagement. Not by luck or shortcuts, but with sheer clarity and collaboration and purpose. Who is the Sherpa in this? I'd like to ask you a question. Who is Lord Krishna there and Sherpa here? Can you give both of you give a little clarity about this?
Thank you, Banu, for in the context about B2C, B2G, business to government. And this is the segment which many of the people look at it, but very few conquered this space of establishing a profitable and a successful business in the government space. And to your question, many of the people, I mean, as I said, like if the businesses are Arjuna, and there are situations where the businesses became Abhimanyu as well, kind of not able to navigate the whole thing and come out of it. So here, the specific, I mean, to your question, like, okay, for every business, they who are looking at into government, they need to understand the context of the business. Means like, okay, especially the government works on based on certain ground rules and people, processes, and systems. So for the businesses who are looking at into this business, they need to have either they understand the whole thing or they need to have some person who can handhold and give the guidance. They could be their partner or the mentor, or they could be some policy. So one of these could act as a guiding hand for them. So
who is that guy?
Yes, in that context, yes, there are like there is so many consultants out there, and what we find is like okay, there is a catalyst who could connect the dots, saying that this particular project can be suitable for this kind of a businesses. So identifying that catalyst and associating with them is a so I mean from a context point of it, the catalyst would differ from project to project and department to department and state to state. So it takes time for them to identify the catalyst and associate and navigate this particular process. There is no one single metric or like some definition saying that this is how the catalyst will look like. So it is a process. That's where when they spend time in the ecosystem of B2G circles or the people who are working in the B2G, they'll be able to identify those things. Yeah.
So that's the point. So we're not talking about Abhimanyu here. We're talking about the Arjuna.
Arjunas, yes.
Okay. So you find that there is entire process, navigating process.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much. I think, Chari sir, for you.
Thank you. So, what Mr. Banu is asking is, how do we work with the government, who is the biggest procurer of services, products and services, particularly focusing on small enterprises as well as innovators.
Absolutely.
Not looking at big contractors, big big companies. They're already working with the government through public-private partnerships or through other EPC contracts. The key issue here is how a bright idea, which is in the realm of public service delivery, how do we really engage and grow and contribute? Is the question mark that Mr. Banu has raised, and it's a very difficult area to terrain, but also experiences like Mr. Reddy mentioned about it. He's been doing it, and many other players have done it. But I think it's not an easy terrain. Now the question is, how do we go about it? So I think it's like watching a Korean movie. It's a beautiful actors out there. Everything is looking good. The audience are really curious about it, but you cannot connect with that movie unless and until you have a translator or a translation script which is clearly understood by the audience. So the biggest challenge in working with the governments, especially for startups and small enterprises, is that the language you speak, the purpose statement you define, and what the governments want to hear, they have to be in sync. And most of the time, my experience, I worked with more than 200 small enterprises. The language and the narrative and the purpose statement that they define is not in sync with what the audience would like to hear, or in this case, what the government would like to hear. For example, Hyderabad. What is the speciality about Hyderabad? Hyderabad is full of lakes. Now, there are a lot of companies in Hyderabad, in the country, who are excellent in cleaning up the lakes with certain amount of technologies. Take Hussain Sagar as a lake. We don't need foreigners, we don't need Chinese, we don't need Dutch and Germans. We need actually a small enterprise to come with a bright idea to clean up the lake of Hussain Sagar. Now, it doesn't happen. Because the way we complicate the narrative, the way we communicate as an enterprise, I think we need a fantastic translator. You may call it as a mentor, you may call it as a incubator, you may call it as any catalyst, you may call any of those names. But basically, you need a facilitator, you need a champion who understands the government and who understands the enterprise and facilitate this translation. Now, it could be IITs, it could be administrative staff college, or it could be any of the institutions, or it could be T-Works or T-Hubs. These institutions are established with a purpose of translating the narrative of the enterprise to be able to communicate to the governments. Otherwise, these are all public sector money, whether it is T-Works or T-Hub, all of these entities, these are all funded by the government to facilitate the translation process. So I would say these institutions have a bigger role to play. They have to amplify the role, and they have to go aggressively to take this forward.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So during our research, we understood that global market is around about 13 trillion. That is the number that we heard about it, which is, I just calculated for Indian currency, 13 into 13 zeros. And this is a global market for the government sector, B2G. Whereas B2G for the Indian segment side, there is 750 billion, which is equivalent to 66 lakhs. Now, we just heard in earlier, defense panel, they said 1.76 lakhs opportunity is there in the defense sector side. Now, this is something that everybody is talking about, the startups, because this is core focus is about small businesses getting into B2G. That is the most important point. So can you just delve, especially you, Srinath Garu, you have been there and seen the market, because I don't want to go into political. You do all the work at a time and suddenly the government changes, officer changes. So how does the small businessman can come and, get into this opportunity?
So, with respect to the opportunity, with respect to B2G opportunities is very large. And most of this business is being awarded through a very transparent and public procurement process. So whoever wins through that particular process is safeguarded with the rules about the contract.
Okay.
So yes, there is instances where people do get impacted due to changes in the policy or in terms of certain tenure of the governments being completed. But however, the businesses needs to be, the small businesses will have a protection about the contractual obligations the client has to fulfill.
Because now we recently heard that the EMD is removed for all the startups, so both the governments, most of the governments across central government and state governments, and we also heard about 3% benefit for the women entrepreneurs. So will this be an opportunity for the startups?
Absolutely. For example, the rules have been changed in the terms of in giving the 3%, or even the EMDs have been waived off for the small businesses. Specifically, if they are startups or MSMEs, they do have a EMD waiver or performance bank guarantee waiver. And very recently, even the performance bonds, which would be allowed as a security bond now.
Okay.
Earlier, it is only bank guarantees or the EMDs are allowed. Now, performance bonds are being given as an instrument to provide in replacement to the bank guarantees. So, which would free up a lot of working capital for the small businesses.
Okay.
So, that gives a lot of opportunity for the small businesses to enter it here. And yes, there are challenges, but there is equivalent number of opportunities which are there. If they know how to, as Sir said, how to get through the translation of the language and have a translator in between the government and the small.
That's exactly what iCollab is trying to do right now.
Exactly.
Maybe I'll jump on that question to you.
Yeah.
Sir, Chari sir, this is question to you. Very important. What is that next big shift is going to happen? Talking about next coming decade. Is it getting into the government? Is it technology? Or is it transparency? Or the policy? Or all together?
I don't have great hopes on the policy ecosystem, to be very open about it.
I don't want to be political.
Yeah, that's not a political good statement, but that's okay. Because the policy is led by a particular vertical of the government, but the time it gets percolated across multiple tiers of the government, I think it's going to take ages. I think the big shift is going to be the technology, the AI, which is going to become part and parcel of the government systems, are going to be the big shifts. So I think if I were to invest, I would invest in AI, take it to the government so that there's a big shift, and from that we can create multiple activities, multiple jobs, and I think
channels.
I think is going to be the technology play in the future. And if governments are in a way, they're very, very fast in adapting technology, but slow in trusting people, and slow in introducing revolutionary policies. But they're pretty good at embracing technology. Now, WhatsApp, the big decisions are taken over WhatsApp.
Oh, yes. That's
so if all of us know, within the government system, big decisions are taken over WhatsApp, but the policy shifts are going to take years together. Have become old. So I think technology is going to be the way forward in public system shifts in the country.
Great. Thank you so much. Srinath Garu, this question is for you. When you started, it must be like a startup. Big projects, you have done it. Can you give me one example to these startups over here? What could be that magic trick that they have to come back? I don't know, what do you call it across them? How do they go and back that order? Is it a process that they have to go through, that tendering process? A lot of things there. Can you give me that little magic word? Because you've been there. You've done it.
So, there is no one straightforward answer, but most of it, what in my experience is, any of the tenders or any of the RFPs that has come out, there is already there is a kind of a requirement analysis and the probable players who are going to bid is been identified. Typically. So identifying that, and if you are small businesses, identifying the tender and identifying the probable competitors to that. And the option one is if you are able to win on your own merit, that is one way of doing it.
Okay.
And if you can't, associating with one of the prospects and bidding it together, improves the chance. So in our case, 60% of the bids which we won is through consortium and joint ventures.
So you're talking about consortium definitely work.
Yes, consortium and joint ventures do work, especially when you are at a small stage, when you don't have 100% of a capability at your end.
So you need to search the system integrator, the bigger guys, and work with them.
Absolutely. Not only system integrators, it is about the complementary partners who could bring together so that your winning chance improves.
Fantastic.
That partner could be a partner who has a good clout in that particular area, or he could be a financial partner, or you could make operations of the executing of the project smoother.
Much smoother. Thank you so much. I think, Chari sir, this is a question for you because I've been there to ask you many times, and you have chosen small businesses people and given opportunities. Most of them, you just mentioned that more than 200 companies you have done it, and I've seen those companies growing from small to bigger right now. How did you choose them? How do you know that these guys are pretty good and you have taken that challenge, which nobody could not able to take it?
I think we were clear about the problem statements. As my role, I was working with the governments. I know exactly what the problem statements are. For example, for Hyderabad, pothole is a problem statement.
Absolutely.
Okay, lakes are a problem statement.
Melinda Gates Foundation also you have done. Gosh.
We identified the problem statements and then we strongly scouted for enterprises, especially agile enterprises. There could be big companies, but for them it's not a big thing.
Yes.
Whereas we need to identify agile enterprises, gave them seed grant, risk capital, and lot of seed grant raised from philanthropy and through even Government of India grants and Telangana also. And then we nurtured them and then we tested the value out of it, and the public sector really embraced those ideas and scaled up. So there is a cycle. We need to build.
So you were the bridge in that.
Yeah. So, but I think if you want to institutionalize this sort of process, I think we need to have a smarter way than dependent on an institution or an individual. But we need to find a better way. I think Bangalore is a great example in this case. I think I would like to state here openly about it.
Please.
See, Bangalore compared to Hyderabad is 10x ahead on certain fronts, because I'm deliberately making this statement because we are in Hyderabad. I'm a Hyderabadi. There is a very strong philanthropy and high network individual in Bangalore who are deeply committed to changing the way Bangalore works. So they provide that ecosystem for innovations to nurture and come. And they provide that safety nets of working with the governments, both from policy, and they actually direct the government to initiate right kind of policies, and they provide the seed capital for them to succeed or fail. Now, that ecosystem in Hyderabad, the philanthropy and the so-called HNIs, high network individual ability to transformational innovations doesn't exist in Hyderabad as compared to Bangalore. Whether you take Nilakanis, whether you take all the names, all of them come together what is called Bangalore Development Agenda Task Force. They created a task force to take Bangalore to a different level. I mean, these are challenges, but they're also moving forward.
Great. Who doesn't stop that? We can do same thing in Telangana here.
Absolutely. We should be doing it. I think we need a convening power. We need somebody like Mr. Reddy or TiE or some of those entities to convene these sort of and create an ecosystem for innovation to move forward.
Fantastic. I think over to you, Srinath Garu. Listening to all these things to B2G, I wanted to talk about a little about iCollab. What does iCollab does, and what is that you're bridging here, and how are you solving the small businesses to come to your place and get things clearance? Like, what does that do? iCollab. What does iCollab do?
So, iCollab is a public foundation primarily to help small businesses who are interested to work in the public sector, that is primarily in state, central and PSUs, the business. And iCollab is a revenue accelerator, meaning iCollab provides opportunities for the small businesses to win those contracts by mentoring, partnering and advising. And we bring the translator who could help improve the chances of winning. and also educate them, and specifically we guide them on what not to do. That is very critical in B2G space, and understanding what not to do is what is critical. And also when they also get, when they are in the execution, and when they face challenges, and what are the steps that they necessarily take. And for example, like if they wanted to look at, I quote I give an example where recently there was
I wanted one example.
Yes.
What you have done it.
Yeah. So recently a small business who came to us, and they have a capability, and they're not meeting the necessary qualification criteria.
Okay.
So we help
But
them.
you just heard that qualification is not necessary, EMD is not necessary.
Absolutely. So in the qualification side, most of the time the pre-qualifications are set such that, okay, for MSMEs and startups, they do qualify, but they don't qualify on technical grounds. So in such case, they need to partner. We help the businesses to identify such partners so that, okay, they handhold them, and also they get that particular they are more suitable for that contract. One. And sometimes, like the people might have worked in a POC and they don't end up getting the works. So in such a case, what are the options that they have? So these kind of mentoring and advisory services, as well as,
so do you fund them?
So we as iCollab as a revenue accelerator, we do connect to them who are the interested investors for that particular project, case to case basis.
Okay.
iCollab is not an investment organization. It is more about helping the small businesses to scale up their revenues. So in B2G space only, not in B2B or B2C. It is only B2G space.
Great.
So that's the and it's a foundation where the companies who are in the B2G space are partnering to take the step forward, so that the opportunities are created for the small businesses.
Great, thank you. Charlie sir, this is a question to you, but you've been delving with a lot of, with the government, both central government, state governments, many governments have been done. In fact, one of the greatest projects that you worked with Melinda Gates Foundation and done a lot of good work over there. So while doing such big projects, there's an opportunity for the startups and there's a process there. Can you just delve on that? How these small businesses should come, how they should follow to come over there and clinch these orders?
So I think, as I said, you need a good translator for them to understand how to navigate the jungle of public systems.
Okay. Jungle में तो बहुत सांप रहते हैं.
So jungle में शेर रहता है, सांप रहता है, but there's also a lot of wealth in jungle.
Very good.
So you need to know how to navigate the system.
Okay.
So I'll give you a small example, the tiniest example. I think very close to this place, we organized an event like this for a lot of climate tech startups. One of them is on rainwater harvesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now that company started in 2019, around 1920, just before COVID. And now the company is about a 50 crore turnover company in rainwater harvesting space.
Wow.
Now, how do you do it? You work with national highway authorities. You need to give them what are the areas that they need to target, which government departments are looking for what. For example, metros, there are about 25 metro stations are coming up, metro projects are coming up. Every metro project in India requires rainwater harvesting to make sure that whatever water is getting accumulated goes back into the ground. So there is a sustainability requirement, but there's also flooding requirements.
Okay.
So the cities where this is going to be happening, like Delhi, Gurgaon, including part of Bangalore, Chennai, so we need to really guide them how to navigate, how to prioritize, which department to reach to.
Who is that guy? Who is going to navigate them?
I think in this case, we have done it as an institution, as ASCII, we have done it at that time. But I think we need to create such Arjunas or called Sherpas in hundreds and lakhs in the country.
Excellent.
And that's, I think, we need an ecosystem for Sherpas itself. We need to have 100,000 Sherpas in the country to navigate the public system. That itself is a business.
Fantastic, sir. So now, due to the constraint of the time, but I wanted to delve into one most important point is these many startups who are actually working in many different sectors. Are there any core sectors in the government they should focus upon at this juncture? It's very crucial because they cannot go and waste their time, very important at this juncture. So what are those vertical segments which they should focus upon?
I think, that the verticals keep changing from time to time. At present, the verticals which are in really, there is a large government spend that's happening is defense is one, maritime is one, railways, and
I'm talking about these local governments. Anything?
The local governments, lot into urban development.
Okay.
A lot into energy transition.
Okay. Great. Yeah. Great.
So energy
transition. The message is time up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So energy transition is one big space.
Great.
And also like in as I said, urban development and energy transition, both are space.
Great. Sir, over to you.
So I'll just keep it quick.
Yeah.
I think we are at a 30% urbanization right now. India is going through a massive urbanization transformation. So we'll be about 50-55%. There's a massive demographic shift. If I were to bet, the biggest areas for startups and ecosystem is a circularity and sustainability space.
Okay.
Water, sanitation, waste management, the climate, all of these issues are going to be the game-changing areas. That's number one. Second is the data. These are the two areas in the public systems realm which are going to exponentially grow for small and medium enterprises.
Thank you so much. I'd like to ask any question from the audience. Anybody? One question, not more than that. Anybody? Great. Great. I think depending on the time, time is up. I could able to see everyone over here. Thank you so much, Professor Chari Garu and Sinath Garu.
Thank you,
Great opportunity. At least we're able to talk about how B2G works actually for the small businesses. Thank you once again. Very kind of you.
A very warm welcome to all of you here. Finally, the moment has arrived. TiE Women Regional 2025 finale results are going to be out soon. And we have also our guest over here. Before we start, women who take that first step into entrepreneurship aren't just building businesses. They're rewriting narratives. They're showing the world that innovation, leadership, and resilience know no gender. With that, I would like to request our team to put up TiE Women video. What is TiE Women about? Why do we need to launch the program of TiE Women? Do not take video. Okay. Oh. Okay. Looks like we are not able to play the video at this moment. No worries. We're gonna play it after a couple minutes. So today morning we had TiE Women pitching competition where 11 of amazing women entrepreneurs who were chosen after tough rounds of screening had put up their businesses ideas to the eminent juries, and out of those 3 top most women have been selected. We also have a special jury award today, and very soon we will be releasing those names. But let me tell you, this TiE Women it's more than a competition, it's a movement. It's an ecosystem, a network, a bridge to scale, to mentorship, to investment, to networking, to education that TiE Hyderabad chapter is committed to build. As I talk about it, just for your knowledge, I'm sure most of you know what TiE Women is about, but TiE Women program is being held at 46 different chapters across the world in 16 different countries, and there are thousands of women who are participating for that. Hyderabad chapter has recently done our finale here, and the other chapters have also done so. The regional winner from Hyderabad chapter will be competing against other winners at TGS Jaipur, which is going to be held in January of 2026, TiE Global Summit. So each of that journey today, what we saw is an act of inspiration, not only for other women, but for the world at large. Because when women rise, communities grow, economies strengthen, and the future becomes brighter for everyone. With that, I would also like to invite our chief guest and our guest of honor here. I'd like to make an introduction. Our chief guest, Ms. Sudha Reddy, Director, MEIL, Chairperson, Sudha Reddy Foundation. Sudha Reddy is a visionary entrepreneur and philanthropist whose influence spans corporate leadership, global fashion, and humanitarian impact. A director at Mega Engineering and Infrastructures Limited, she spearheads the company's CSR initiatives and also serves as the director at Andhra University. Through the Sudha Reddy Foundation, she drives large-scale initiatives in healthcare, education, women empowerment, and sustainability, impacting thousands of lives. Under her leadership, the foundation has facilitated over 10,000 life-saving cardiac surgeries for underprivileged children, transformed government schools with digital learning infrastructure, and empowered women through a skill development and safety program. She's a UNICEF International Council member, and we all know this very well. In 2025, she became the first Indian Global Ambassador for Beauty with a Purpose, the philanthropic arm of Miss World, advocating for global causes in healthcare, education, and women empowerment. A recognized cultural icon, Mrs. Reddy represents India on prestigious global platforms such as the Met Gala, Paris Haute Couture Week, and the Global Gift Gala. Her contributions have earned her several honors, including the Telangana Government's Champions of Change Award, Asia One Women Pioneer of the Year, and the Fashion for Development Philanthropy Award. A connoisseur of art and culture and a believer in purposeful elegance, Sudha Reddy continues to inspire as a true embodiment of compassion, leadership, and global impact. My true pleasure, ma'am, to have you over here. We really want to thank you from the bottom of our heart so you have spared your time over here. Thank you so much. I just received a note that our video is ready. Please. So we'll also play the video in the meanwhile. Please start. With that, I would also like to invite Ms. Srividya Reddy, Vice Chair at G. Pula Reddy Education Society. Mrs. G. Srividya Reddy is a dynamic and visionary educationist, entrepreneur, and social activist known for her enthusiasm, warmth, and leadership. An engineering graduate from JNTU with an MBA in HR and marketing from ICFAI, she hails from the illustrious G. Pulla Reddy family. Her grandfather, late G. Pulla Reddy, was a renowned philanthropist and founder of the GPR Charities Trust, which continues to impact countless lives through education and social initiatives. As the daughter of Sri G. Raghav Reddy, founder trustee of GPR Charities and international president of Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and Srimati G. Bharti Reddy, an active BJP member, she carries forward a rich legacy of service and excellence. Under her leadership, GNETs and other institutions under the GPR Charities Trust have emerged as centers of academic excellence, earning national awards for innovation and employability. A member of FLO Hyderabad, the Telangana Censor Board, and CII, Mrs. Srividya Reddy combines modern vision, administrative acumen, and a deep sense of purpose, inspiring others through her dedication to education, empowerment, and nation building. Thank you very much. And very important piece of information that I would like to say, GNETs had very graciously supported TiE Women program by providing their facility, and this is the first of its ever kind of residential boot camp that TiE Women the Hyderabad chapter has organized. And from the information that I have, none of the chapters, entire world, have done something like this. This is all from the support that GNETs have given. Amazing hospitality we received for full 24 hours. Our women entrepreneurs spent the night over there, full of cultural activities, amazing food, and everything was taken care of it so well. Thank you so much. Please. We would also like to thank our sponsor, Mr. Subramaniam Kota. I'm not sure if he's here, but yes, without your support, it would definitely not have been possible at this scale. So thank you very much for supporting TiE Women program. With that, I would like to request if we can put together another video that tells us about the journey of TiE Women for last 6 to 8 months. There have been series of events, panel discussions, boot camp I just talked about, a lot of mentoring, other networking events and all. So we would just like to go over a quick journey of our last 6 months.
Yes, I'm truly inspired about the winners and their innovative thoughts. The most attractive thing is the girl who is doing the scanner machine that is going to detect and detect the seizures before they occur in a patient and the changes that is happening in the mind. And she said they were under clinical trials and they were about to launch in few hospitals. This kind of healthcare advancement is very important because health is wealth these days. So we'll definitely go in depth about that concept and we'll try to support if it's really useful to the people and to the hospitals and if it is really benefiting, because brain scan is not an easy thing. It's very expensive thing where at later stages of the age they ignore elders to get scanned because of the expense, because of it how expensive it is, MRI and all. If it could help really to the all sectors of people and give good benefits and results, then we will definitely support her innovation. Thank you. Tamarishi, I think she left.
Firsthand what TiE does, and congratulations on putting up a spectacular event today. I know the events that you do throughout the year, the mentoring, the competitions, the networking. You've set the stage very well for this year, I must say. And also I'm honored to be here because it is women entrepreneurship, and it's a topic which is really close to my heart because one of the colleges that we run, Naranama College, is an all-women institution. And let me say, coming from academic circles, we've now understood and identified that having the mindset of an entrepreneur is not just for founders, but literally for school kids as well. So, I'm sure TiE has also tied up with many institutions to bring that flavor into universities, colleges, and schools, and that's how we're associated with you as well. And I always say this when I have founders or entrepreneurs in front of me, that they are the most courageous people that I know, because they have a lot of risk-taking ability and they choose to come out of their comfort zone and do something creative and, do something, try to solve a problem. So wherever that hunger comes from for you entrepreneurs, I think you're doing great. And for all of you who've won the prizes today and who are going for global competitions, all the best. And for all of you who've attempted, really you are at a level where I really respect all of you. So all the best for all of you, and do more, try more, because I believe that for entrepreneurs, the time taken to see success can range from 4 to 14 years. So keep at it, and all the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.